Chapter 136, Silver-Winged Flying Dragon. Beichen Wuyo, you've calculated well, Commander of the Divine Guards, come out and join forces to kill the silver-winged flying dragons. Qing Stix shouted loudly. His expression was also uncertain. A super genius was the future of the empire, not to mention in front of hundreds of thousands of warriors. If he left them alone, the hearts of the people in Sky Dragon Empire would definitely fall apart. With that said, 8 figures flew out of the Imperial Palace, and a violent aura erupted in the air. Rank 8 Martial Arts Grandmaster. They are all Rank 8 Martial Arts Grandmasters. So this is the Imperial Palace's Divine Guard. They are indeed powerful. 8 Rank 8 Martial Arts Grandmasters. Even if they can't kill the silver-winged flying dragon, they should be enough to hold it back. All the powerhouses were shocked and they saw the 8 Rank 8 Martial Arts Grandmasters in the sky. Sky Dragon Empire was indeed not simple. Do you think it's useful to pin down me and the silver-winged flying dragon? The 3 martial emperors of Sky Dragon City are in seclusion. The martial emperors of the 4 sects are guarding their sections. It's too late even if they want to rush over. Beichen Wuyo was stunned when he saw the 8 martial arts grandmasters surrounding the silver-winged flying dragon in the air. However, he soon laughed out loud. He had long understood the situation in Sky Dragon City. Otherwise, he would not have dared to come here rashly. Inform the Divine Guards to send a message to the 4 great sects to come to Sky Dragon City immediately. Nangong Haoming shouted to the guards beside him. Immediately, more than 10 martial arts grandmasters rushed to Nangong Haoming's side and each of them quickly cast a formation. In an instant, 4 strange auras disappeared in the air and drifted in the direction of the 4 sections. Although it would take some time for the Force Emperors of the 4 top sects to arrive here, it was better than waiting. It was impossible to kill Force Emperors in the great battle between Force Emperors. They could only wait for the Force Emperors of the 4 top sects to arrive for support. Beichen Wuyo was right. The 3 martial emperors of Sky Dragon City were all in life and death seclusion, so it was impossible for them to come out to help. Do it. With Beichen Wuyo's order, the silver-winged flying dragon burst out with shocking demonic power. It instantly fought with the 8 Rank 8 martial arts grandmasters. Space trembled and the air tore. Li Lingtian, die. Beichen Wuyo did not hesitate at all as he swooped down toward the arena. Once he killed Li Lingtian, he would be able to leave Sky Dragon City quickly. Otherwise, he would be dead by the time the martial emperors from the 4 major sects arrived. On the plaza and on the steps, everyone was suppressed by the martial emperor and could not move at all. They could only watch helplessly as Li Lingtian suffered the destructive attack on the arena. You're courting death. Great grieving palm. Qing Stix was enraged when he saw Beichen Wuyo trying to kill him. He channeled all his true essence and threw it at Beichen Wuyo. As long as Beichen Wuyo did not retaliate, Beichen Wuyo would die when Li Lingtian did. Li Lingtian, who was below the stage, was shocked by the strategy of besieging the weak to save the weak. A martial royal realm powerhouse's cultivation was indeed powerful. Beichen Wuyo was several times stronger than Wind Demon. True Dragon Body Protection. Ice and Fire Ring. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the destructive pressure and attack crashing down. He knew that even if Qing Stix attacked Beichen Wuyo from behind, he would still be killed by Beichen Wuyo. It was better to ask for help than to ask for help from others. He circulated all the true qi in his body and used the true dragon body barrier. At the same time, the ice and fire ring appeared in front of him. After breaking through from the martial spirit realm to the martial king realm, his strength had increased by several times. The true dragon body barrier had also become several times stronger. The ice and fire ring that had shocked him had also become even stronger. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, the 8 Tier 8 martial arts grandmasters surrounded the silver-winged flying dragon and attacked it. They were evenly matched for a moment. Beichen Wuyo did not continue attacking Li Lingtian but engaged in a fierce battle with Qing Stix. Eugene tossed Li Lingtian into the air. Everyone was stunned by the martial royal realm battle. Qing Sticks, even if the 4 martial emperors use the 1,000-mile teleportation, it will take at least half an hour. Do you think you can protect him? Beichen Wuyo attacked Qing Sticks with sharp attacks while he spoke. In half an hour, you will stay in Sky Dragon City forever. Qing Sticks said coldly. Powerful attacks collided with each other. Waves of violent aura tore through the space, and countless astral winds ravaged Heavenly Dragon City. Damn it. Old fart, do you think I'm a block of wood? Destroying me just like that? You're simply courting death. Li Lingtian bellowed as he looked at Beichen Wuyo in the sky. He was slightly enraged. So what if he was a martial emperor? Killing him like a piece of wood was intolerable. Shoo! All the martial artists in the square exhaled a breath of cold air. Arrogant. This was arrogant. He dared to be so arrogant in front of a martial emperor. Roar. Ti. At that moment, the air trembled and a 3-colored dragon appeared in front of Li Lingtian. The 3-colored dragon was 5 meters long and its entire body was covered in 3 colors. Tier 4, Level 4, 3-colored dragon. Shocked, completely shocked. It was actually a 3-colored dragon. This was a true dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon in the sky only meant that it had dragon blood veins, not pure dragon blood. Li Lingtian floated up and stood on the 3-colored dragon. With one hand on his body, the roaring dragon combat poleaxe appeared in his hand. The 3-colored dragon let out a roar, and a shocking dragon aura burst out. It leaped into the air and appeared not far from Qing Sticks in an instant. Qing Sticks and Beichen Wuyo stopped in their tracks as they stared in shock at the 3-colored dragon that Li Lingtian was riding on. Although it was only a Tier 4 Level 4 dragon, a true dragon's might was extremely powerful. Li Lingtian, Qingming, and Beichen Wuyo formed a triangular formation. The warriors below were shocked. Li Lingtian, the 3-colored dragon, and Qing Sticks were teaming up. The battle this time was much stranger than the beginning. In the past, they would not have thought highly of Li Lingtian. However, after Li Lingtian killed Yang Tianming, they dared not underestimate him. The young man's white clothes are fluttering, and a true dragon is his mount. Truly a heaven-defying monster. He's young and handsome. There's a heaven-defying expert in Sky Dragon Empire who's growing rapidly. On the steps, all the martial artists looked at the situation in the sky. The silver-winged flying dragon was also threatened by the dragon Qi, and its power was much weaker than before. A smile appeared on Qing Sticks' face. With this helper, he was much stronger than a 7th or 8th level martial arts grandmaster. Beichen Wuyo's expression turned ugly. The more powerful Li Lingtian was, the stronger his killing intent became. Senior Qingming, lead Beichen Wuyo. Junior will attack. After Li Lingtian reached the martial king realm, he was able to transmit his voice to Beichen Wuyo. With his powerful divine consciousness, he was not afraid that Beichen Wuyo would hear him. His divine sense was something that even an ordinary martial emperor could not compare to. Qing Sticks was stunned. As the main attacker, his power must be shocking. He couldn't believe that a young martial king would say such words. What kind of heaven-defying ability did this young man have to be so confident? However, he had witnessed everything that Li Lingtian had done in Sky Dragon City and was extremely pleased with the young man. Last time, he had also tested him in the Imperial Palace. He was definitely not simple and was a rare genius. Alright, don't disappoint me. You've seen the situation. If I die, you'll die too. Sky Dragon City will be destroyed, and Sky Dragon Empire will be destroyed. Qing Sticks pondered for a long time and then sent a message. He decided to believe it once. Beichen Wuyo, you will stay here forever today. Qing Sticks said loudly. His body shot out and a shocking attack was launched. It was an unrestrained attack. Beichen Wuyo and the warriors below were shocked. What was going on with Force Emperor Qingming? He was attacking without any defense. Everyone knew how destructive the Great War of Force Emperors was to Sky Dragon City. Rumble. Qing Sticks, you're crazy. Beichen Wuyo cursed. He didn't think that Qing Sticks would take the initiative. Such an attack was a desperate fight. The brave would win when they met on a narrow road. It was the same for martial artists. For a moment, Beichen Wuyo could only keep defending, and his expression was extremely ugly. Faced with this crazy martial emperor's full-powered attack, he had no choice but to resist with all his might. If he was not careful, he would die here. Roar Dragon Battle Halberd, destroy it. Li Lingtian was elated to see that Qing Sticks believed in him. Naturally, he understood what Qing Sticks meant. If he died, the entire empire would be finished. Immediately, he used the Ice and Fire Ring. The true dragon body barrier protected his entire body, and the inner armor he wore also activated its defense. Then, he swung the Roaring Dragon Battle Poleaxe, and a shocking dragon energy surged out of the Divine Dragon Ring. He turned into a meteor and shot toward Beichen Wuyo. The Roaring Dragon Battle Poleaxe smashed down on Beichen Wuyo. You motherfucker, crazy Qing Ming. You actually use yourself as a bait to let this bastard plot against me. Sensing the shocking dragon chi, Beichen Wuyo understood what was going on no matter how stupid he was. He just couldn't believe that Qing Sticks would let him be the catalyst and let a martial king be the main attacker. However, this terrifying dragon energy was extremely overbearing. If he wasn't careful, he would also be seriously injured. However, facing Qing Sticks' crazy attack, he didn't have the ability to clone himself. He could only watch as the Roaring Dragon Battle Poleaxe smashed down. He circulated his quintessential essence. If he wanted to rely on his protective barrier to block this attack, no matter how strong a martial king was, he would only be a martial king. However, what shocked him was that when the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd struck the protective shield, the shocking power almost shattered it. He finally calmed down. At least he had resisted it. However, it was not over. The Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd blocked it, but what made him feel dead was that a strange aura ignored the protective barrier and directly rushed into his body. The dragon aura was crazily stirring in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was thrown back. He stopped 1,000 meters away. When he stopped, Qing Sticks shot out again, not giving him any chance to rest. Damn you, Qing Ming. Fuck you, Li Lingtian. You'll die a horrible death. Point 2 hits. Damn it, you two schemed against me. What kind of heroes are you? A. In the sky, 3 voices flashed. The 3 figures were like meteors, exploding from time to time. Every time they exploded, the space trembled. Below, everyone was stunned. How could Li Lingtian's Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd be so overbearing that even a martial emperor was afraid of it? Chapter 137, Heavenly Phoenix, Grand Een, and Profound Spirit. Everyone could only see 3 figures flashing, along with the sound of an explosion and Beichen Wuyo's curses. He did not look like a martial royal realm expert at all. What terrifying dragon energy! A rank 1 martial king is actually fighting a martial emperor? This world has gone crazy. Young Master Ling Tian is indeed the number 1 genius on the Sons of Heaven rankings and Sky Dragon Empire. One would be satisfied if I fought a martial arts grandmaster. How could I fight a martial emperor? Big Brother Ling Tian's true dragon Qi is the nemesis of martial monarch powerhouses. After this, no one can stop his rise. The people below were all shocked. The battle in the sky was beyond their imagination. The martial king used the 3-colored dragon to fly and the rebound force to flash in the air. His every step was precise to the peak. Boundless heaven wind slash. Die. In the air, the 3 of them pulled apart. Li Lingtian stood on the 3-colored dragon while Qing Sticks hovered in the air. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation. Qing Sticks' face was filled with excitement. It had been a long time since he had fought so freely. The appearance of a martial king allowed him to fight freely and even suppress his opponent. Beichen Wuyo's expression was solemn. He circulated his true essence and a huge weapon appeared in his hand. It was a low-grade emperor weapon. An aura of death appeared in the space, as if the end of the world had arrived. Beichen Wuyo, if you use this move to provoke a war between Sky Dragon Empire and Tianjin Empire, you will be punished by the rules. Qing Stix's face was also solemn. This was a forbidden technique, and its power was shocking. Even he, a fourth-level martial emperor, could not withstand it. He did not expect Beichen Wuyo to use a forbidden technique. If he used it, at least 10,000 people from Sky Dragon City would disappear instantly. The punishment of the rules. As long as one kill you, Sky Dragon Empire will forever be history. Beichen Wuyo laughed maniacally. Everyone below was shocked. This martial emperor wanted to destroy Sky Dragon City and Sky Dragon Empire. All of a sudden, all the warriors were enraged. However, they could do nothing against a martial emperor. They could only watch as Qing Stix and Li Lingtian hovered in the sky. Since you want me to die, one will let you live forever. Anyone who dares to touch my empire will die. Li Lingtian stared at Beichen Wuyo with a determined look on his face. He did not expect things to turn out this way. If he waited for the martial emperor's forbidden technique to be used, he would also disappear into thin air. Since that was the case, he would not take the risk to try. Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, heaven and earth become one. Releasing his divine sense, his entire aura changed drastically. His body also floated in the air, and a 3-foot-long Overlord Saber appeared in his hand. Instantly, the Heaven Extreme Overlord Saber emitted a shocking pressure. The shocking pressure formed a light that enveloped Li Lingtian. A 20-meter-wide light flashed in the sky. This is... Could it be a supreme-grade Emperor weapon? Impossible. An Emperor weapon doesn't have such a pressure. Only a legendary Saint weapon would have such a pressure. Stop, you can't control the Saint artifact. You'll die if you do that. Some knowledgeable warriors were shocked. This was the pressure of a powerful weapon. It could be a legendary Saint weapon. Beside him, Qing Stix was even more shocked. This pressure was crushing him. Even he, a martial emperor, couldn't resist this pressure. However, Li Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the warrior king realm. If he were to forcefully use the sacred weapon, he would definitely be killed by the backlash. However, it was too late to stop it now. The Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber emitted a shocking pressure, and everything in the world trembled. The martial artists on the square could not help but prostrate, as if they had seen a god. Rumble. Tianhao's Windward Slash was a forbidden technique among the advanced Earth-tier skills. When a martial emperor used it, it was earth-shattering. The two attacks collided with a destructive aura, and a light exploded in space. Everyone was dazzled by the light and could not open their eyes. Li Lingtian, Qing Stix, and Beichen Wuyo disappeared into the sky. The 8 Tier 8 martial arts grandmasters were also knocked down. The silver-winged flying dragon was also struck down and crashed heavily onto the plaza. Pft, pft. The sky was silent. Everyone looked at the sky in horror. There was no longer a figure in the sky. At this moment, 3 sounds of blood spurting could be heard from the edge of the square. Cracks appeared on Beichen Wuyo's body, and countless mysterious auras spread out. In the end, his entire body was completely destroyed by the mysterious aura. There was blood at the corner of Qing Stix's mouth, and his expression was extremely ugly. There was a white-robed youth lying on the ground. The 3-color dragon also had several wounds on its body, but it was not as miserable as the 3 of them. Big Brother Ling Tian. Tang Zimeng and Li Suifeng were heartbroken when they saw Li Lingtian's trio. They quickly dashed toward Li Lingtian and came to his side. Li Lingtian's body was on the verge of death and blood was gushing out from the corner of his mouth. The situation was not looking good. Don't touch him. Qing sticks unleashed a powerful stream of true essence to protect Li Lingtian's mind. His expression was grave. Seeing that Tang Zimeng and Li Suifeng were about to touch Li Lingtian, they quickly stopped them. If they did, Li Lingtian's situation would worsen. Big brother Ling Tian, big brother Ling Tian. Tang Zi's heart broke when she saw Li Lingtian's face. He was fine before, but now he was like this. It's fine, your big brother Ling Tian won't die. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face the entire time. As soon as he spoke, blood gushed out from the air again. Elder Qing, do you have any ideas? Nangong Haoming and the others came to the edge of the square and asked Qingming. This time, Li Lingtian had used his powerful weapon to kill Beichen Wuyo and saved Sky Dragon City. Nangong Haoming could not help but feel satisfied with this young man. Yes, but it's the same whether you have it or not. Qing Sticks spoke solemnly as he protected Li Lingtian's mind with his true essence. However, his eyes were filled with disappointment in the end because it was no different from not saying anything about this method. What do you mean? Li Suifeng and Tang Zicheng asked at the same time. Now that their son-in-law and son, whom they were most proud of, had become like this, how could they not be anxious? Blood of the heavenly phoenix, blood of the extreme Yin, blood of the mysterious spirit. Qing Stick said seriously. This was a legend. He had accidentally read it in a book, but he didn't pay attention to it. This was because the blood of the heavenly phoenix, the blood of the extreme Yin, and the blood of the mysterious spirit were all legendary bloodlines in the world. They were all the blood essence of women, but these three bloodlines did not exist in the divine martial continent. Moreover, even if a woman had such a bloodline, she only had one drop of blood essence. Who would take it out? The bloodline of a virgin could be resurrected by fusing three types of blood essence. Moreover, those who obtained three types of bloodline would be reborn once, just like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Heavenly phoenix blood, the blood of extreme Yin, mysterious spirit blood. Nangong Haoming and Tang Zicheng were both shocked and had strange expressions on their faces. The two of them exclaimed in surprise, which immediately puzzled everyone. Even if the three bloodlines were rare and magical, it shouldn't make the two of them lose their composure like this. Father, isn't Meng Meng a mystic spirit? When Tang Zimeng heard Qing Sticks's words, she was stunned. If her blood essence could save brother Ling Tian, she would not hesitate at all. Moreover, she happened to have the 1-in-a-million mythical spirit body. I also have the Yin body. Tang Qingyue looked at Tang Zimeng's sad face and then looked at the young man on the ground who was barely breathing. Her heart ached for some reason and she said calmly. What? Both of you have the profound spirit body and the extreme Yin body? Nangong Haoming and Qing Sticks were also shocked. The others were also shocked. They didn't expect the two sisters of the Tang family to have such a rare bloodline. That's right. Blue Moon has the Yin body, and Meng Meng has the profound spirit body. Tang Zicheng said. So what if he had two bloodlines? Tang Zimeng would definitely take out the drop of blood essence from his two daughters, but Tang Qingyue's blood essence was what that person needed. Moreover, even if he used both types of blood essence, he was still lacking the blood of the heavenly phoenix. Nangong Haoming turned around to look at Nangong Mingyue and called out to her in all seriousness. He understood that he had no other choice since Li Lingtian had rejected her. Everyone looked at Nangong Mingyue in confusion. Why did Nangong Haoming call the eldest princess? This queen has the body of a heavenly phoenix. Nangong Mingyue said calmly. No one knew what she was thinking. The heavenly phoenix body, the extreme Yin body, and the profound spirit body have all appeared here. How is that possible? This is too much of a coincidence. Everyone, including Qing Sticks, was stunned. They couldn't believe that three rare bloodlines existed and were gathered here. For the sake of the empire, I've let you down before. I'll give you the blood of the heavenly phoenix. Nangong Mingyue pondered for a while before she finally spoke. For a virgin girl, the blood essence of the heavenly phoenix was extremely precious, but she could take it out now. Big sister. Tang Zimeng looked at Tang Qingyue with a pitiful expression. As long as her sister agreed, brother Ling Tian would immediately get better. Meng Meng, if one give him the Yin blood, the three of us will suffer. Are you willing? Tang Qingyue looked at Tang Zimeng seriously. No one else understood her words. Only the Tang family understood. Tang Zimeng naturally understood. The Yin blood of the Yin body was what that powerful person needed. She was not in control of herself, and not just her, but the entire Tang family was in control of themselves. Even the Eastern Spirit Azure continent could not resist that powerful existence. I'm willing. Tang Zimeng nodded. Of course, she understood what her elder sister meant. If her elder sister did not have the Yin blood, everyone would be implicated. Sacrifice. 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 The two sisters looked at each other and then at Nangong Mingyue. The three of them nodded and gathered their blood essence. Immediately, a drop of crystal clear blood essence appeared between their eyebrows. This drop of blood essence did not have any blood at all, just like a precious spiritual pearl. Chapter 138, Rank 3 Martial King. 3 drops of blood essence floated out. Immediately, a majestic and holy aura appeared between heaven and earth. The spiritual qi in the entire square quickly condensed and formed a spiritual qi light shield. The blood essence began to spin rapidly and then fuse together. A mysterious light erupted between heaven and earth. The finger-sized blood essence flickered with light and kept spinning. What happened? At that moment, Qing Stix's mouth was filled with shock as his true essence was being resisted by Li Lingtian's aura. Li Lingtian's body was rapidly recovering. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. The body of a martial king realm warrior could actually heal itself. This was too terrifying. Naturally, he did not know that Li Lingtian had been tempered by the 9 suns' sacred flame. The immemorial ice crystal and the fire dragon's heart had fused together and he was reborn like a phoenix. After that, he was tempered by the dragon energy and his body was extremely strong. Looking at the blood essence in the air, Qing Stix could only smile bitterly. This young man was too amazing. He had wasted the blood essence of 3 girls. Looking at the situation, even if he didn't need the blood essence, he could still heal himself. I'll fulfill your wish. Qing Stix thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, the blood essence in the air shot toward Li Lingtian's glabella and disappeared into it. All. A shrilling scream was heard as Li Lingtian was enveloped by a ray of light. The raging flames and ice continued to tear him apart. Ice soul martial spirit, flaming sacred body. Everyone was once again shocked. Even though they knew about Li Lingtian's ice soul and flaming martial soul, they were still shocked to see the ice soul and the scorching sun's sacred body with their own eyes. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes watched as Li Lingtian transformed like a phoenix rising from the ashes. After a full 10 minutes, the light was devoured and the raging flames and ice soul entered his body. Shoo! Rank 3 Martial King, this is too terrifying. One can't believe he reached rank 3 Martial King so easily. The blood of heavenly wind, the blood of extreme Yin, and the blood of mysterious spirit are indeed heaven-defying. Tian, is done. Big brother Ling Tian's injuries have recovered. At this moment, everyone was overjoyed. However, Qing Stix was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? This is devouring. I can't believe that you've devoured so much power. One hopes Sky Dragon Empire will become stronger because of you. Shock flashed in Qing Stix's eyes. He would never dare to say such a thing. If someone knew that he had the devouring physique, they would hunt him down. Just his talent alone was enough to make Tianjin Empire's Beichen Wuyo come to kill him. If he knew about the devouring physique, wouldn't the heavens be overturned? Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of tainted blood. He opened his eyes and looked at the people around him with a smile on his face. Congratulations to young noble Ling Tian for your cultivation base increasing. Young Master Ling Tian's strength is shocking. He even killed Beichen Wuyo, who was at the martial monarch stage. Marquis Pingbei, congratulations. Marquis Nanling, congratulations. Li Lingtian's recovery was greeted with cheers from everyone and countless warriors. At this moment, everyone's eyes shifted to the silver-winged flying dragon in the distance. The 8 rank 8 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were also injured, but the silver-winged flying dragon had been suppressed. This Beichen Wuyo violated the rules and invaded Sky Dragon City. He wanted to kill Sky Dragon's disciples. Sky Dragon Empire reserves the right to pursue this matter. Beichen Wuyo was killed by Li Lingtian and Elder Qing. I'm offering a flower to Buddha, so I'll bestow this silver-winged flying dragon to Li Lingtian. After receiving Qing Stix's voice transmission, Nangong Haoming gave the silver-winged flying dragon to Li Lingtian and Qing Stix took Beichen Wuyo's storage pouch. Next was the reward for the top 100 disciples in this competition, as well as the reward for the geniuses on the prodigy roll. After a full hour, Bai Ping announced that the competition had come to an end. Li Lingtian followed Li Suifeng and his wife back to the Marquis of Pingbei residence while Tang Zimeng followed Li Lingtian closely. Li Lingtian had become the focus of the entire Sky Dragon Empire's competition. One miracle after another appeared on Li Lingtian's body. The halo of a genius and the reputation of a powerhouse were known by everyone. Ice Soul and Raging Flame Martial Souls. A 3-color dragon as a mount. Ice and fire combined to destroy a genius. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd vs Martial Emperor. Heaven and earth combined to destroy a martial emperor. The blood of the heavenly phoenix manifested a heavenly dragon. The moon mysterious spirit was the twin beauties. He was the #1 genius of Sky Dragon Empire. He was as handsome as Jade and had become a martial king at the age of 16. He fought against a martial emperor and killed him to save Sky Dragon City. Gossip always spread the fastest, no matter which world it was. Young noble Ling Tian's reputation was known throughout the heavens, and he had even rejected the eldest princess' marriage for his fiancée. The news spread like wildfire every day. The 10 great families and countless forces of various sizes had all left Sky Dragon City. It was the same for the 4 great sections. The experts of Sky Cloud Sect had also returned to Sky Cloud Sect. This time, Sky Cloud Sect had the greatest harvest. They had a disciple who was the #1 genius of the Heavenly Dragon Realm and was also the #1 on the Prodigy roll. The other 4th-level martial arts grandmaster also entered the Prodigy roll with his powerful skills and Emperor weapon. From then on, there were 3 disciples of Sky Cloud Sect on the Prodigy roll. To everyone's relief, Li Lingtian and Qing Stix had killed Beichen Wuyo. If Li Lingtian had not killed Beichen Wuyo, Sky Dragon City would have been finished. Because the martial royal realm experts of the 4 sects were also restrained by the mysterious expert, they didn't dare to leave the sect. After an hour, the mysterious experts of the 4 sects left automatically. They thought that 1 hour was enough to kill Li Lingtian. However, they never expected that Li Lingtian would encounter an accident. A warrior spirit realm had managed to kill Beichen Wuyo. Li Lingtian returned to the North Marquis residence and meditated in his room to rest. As he had just reached the Martial King realm, he had yet to get used to this powerful force. More importantly, he had actually managed to cultivate the ice-fire harmonization in the face of danger. Thinking of the power of the fusion of ice and fire, he was also afraid. He did not have true control over this attack. If he did, even a martial emperor would be killed, let alone a martial arts grandmaster. When he was fighting against the martial emperor in the air, he used the heaven's extreme emperor saber to break the martial emperor's forbidden technique. He had also lost half his life. However, he never expected that the blood essence of Tang Zimeng, Nangong Mingyue, and Tang Zimeng would change his physique. He was shocked that his body had recovered in a short period of time. After using the heaven's extreme tyrant emperor saber last time, he had to recuperate for more than 10 days before his injuries were healed. The might of the ultimate overlord saber was shocking, and even he could not withstand it. No one knew how Li Lingtian was injured at that time. Only Qing Stix understood that Li Lingtian had suffered a backlash from the weapon's pressure. It was too late for him to stop him. However, this reminded him of the heavenly phoenix blood, the mythical spirit body, and the ultimate Yin body. The blood essence of these three women had saved Li Lingtian and given him a unique physique that allowed him to recover in no time. Ice, fire, 9, heaven, not bad. Ice and fire are fused against the heavens. Ice, fire, 9 layers, heaven, 1 layer, 1 heaven. Ice, fire, 9 layer, heaven, first layer death. Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a glint in them. He had finally experienced the power of ice and fire after cultivating the ice-fire combination. Without the slightest hesitation, he named that shocking skill Ice, Fire, 9 Heavy Sky. If one want to level up the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens, 1 foot 11 inches have to find all kinds of heavenly flames and heavenly ice. I've already mastered the 9 suns sacred fire, the fire dragon's heart, and the immemorial ice crystal. As long as I find another type of ice crystal and raging flame, I'll be able to level up the power of the Ice, Fire, 9 Flevens. Li Lingtian recalled the explanation in the ice-fire combination. Before he had fully comprehended and cultivated it, the restrictions in the ice-fire 9-layered sky could not be broken at all. Now that the restriction was broken, the requirements of ice/fire/9/layers/sky appeared in front of him. Empyrean Demon Flame, Profound Yin Ice Crystal. The two were ice and fire, but with his current cultivation, he didn't dare to use the Empyrean Demon Flame. So he naturally couldn't use the Profound Yin Ice Crystal either. If he wanted to level up the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens, he had to level up both ice and fire at the same time. Thinking of this, he could only temporarily give up on refining the Empyrean Demon Flame and focus on cultivating and refining pills. The biggest gain from this competition was that he comprehended the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens and obtained the blood essence of 3 peerless girls. He had also become a martial king. A Tier 3 martial king's abilities were worlds apart from a Tier 9 warrior spirit's. He now understood how heaven-defying it was for him to defeat a martial king and a martial grandmaster. If he were to face a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster now, he would not have the slightest fear at all. He stayed in the room for a full 5 days. In 5 days, he had adapted to the strength of a martial king and stabilized his various skills. During this period of time, Tang Zimeng had been in the manor, while Tang Qingyue had not been having a good time in the Tang family. Blue Moon, don't you regret it? Lan Ping looked at Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue was the fiancée of a genius disciple from a super clan in the northern Dark Azure continent, and she cultivated the divine black negative technique. It just so happened that she needed Tang Qingyue's moon blood. Now that Tang Qingyue had given the girl's only drop of blood essence to Li Lingtian, Zhangzhou would definitely be enraged and the Tang family would not be able to live in peace. However, for the sake of their 2 precious daughters, they were willing to do anything to go against the Azure continent. Not to mention the Tang family, even the entire Eastern Spirit Azure continent was not a match for that family. Now, she only wanted to know if her daughter would regret it. On one hand, she would help her sister, and on the other hand, she would destroy herself and her family. Mother, I've been unfilial but I've never regretted it because Meng Meng is my sister. Li Lingtian is also a rare hot-blooded man. One don't regret rejecting His Majesty's marriage for his sister. Tang Qingyue nodded. Thinking about her own marriage, she felt bad. She should make her own decisions about her own marriage, but sometimes she couldn't. The last time he teased Li Lingtian in Sky Cloud sect, it was just for fun. However, deep down, he had always wanted to be able to contend with that powerhouse. Li Lingtian was a genius, but compared to that powerhouse, he was like a firefly's light and the brilliance of the moon. Now that he had witnessed Li Lingtian's heaven-defying performance, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have taken out the lunar blood. The ultimate Yin blood had to be from a female with the ultimate Yin body. Furthermore, it had to be a virgin. This drop of ultimate Yin blood was originally meant for that powerhouse, but it was now given to Li Lingtian. For a girl, this was undoubtedly giving her innocence to Li Lingtian. Sigh, I just hope Tian won't disappoint us. Are you only doing this for Meng Meng? Lan Ping looked at Tang Qingyue. No one knew their son better than their father, and no one knew their daughter better than their mother. She naturally knew her own daughter. After saying that, he smiled faintly. Tang Qingyue blushed. As long as my sister is happy. Tang Qingyue thought of the miserable state sky cloud sex Li Lingtian was in and laughed in her heart. Chapter 139, Meeting in the Imperial Palace. Li Lingtian walked out of the room and looked at the morning sun in the east with a faint smile on his face. Young master, you're up. When Li Xiaoxiao saw Li Lingtian coming out, she greeted him with a polite bow. She then went forward to tidy Li Lingtian's clothes and prepare him for a bath. These were the most basic duties of a maid. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded and headed to the washroom. After a simple wash, he was in high spirits. Miss Purple Dream is still in the room. Li Xiaoxiao said softly. Tang Zimeng had been staying in Li Lingtian's courtyard during this period. Li Lingtian nodded and walked toward Tang Zimeng's room. He pushed open the door and saw Tang Zimeng sitting cross-legged on the couch in meditation. Tang Zimeng stopped her cultivation when she noticed someone coming in. When she saw that it was Li Lingtian, her face lit up with joy. Big brother Lingtian, you're up. Tang Zimeng pulled Li Lingtian to the bedside and leaned her petite body against him. Mengmeng's cultivation is improving very quickly. She's actually reached Tier 6 warrior spirit. Li Lingtian could feel her soft and tender body leaning against him. The scent of a virgin's body wafted into his nose. The fragrance was extremely alluring and his blood vessels immediately surged. Why didn't such a peerless beauty make his blood boil? However, when he discovered Tang Zimeng's cultivation base, he was shocked. She had actually reached Tier 6 warrior spirit in such a short time. Meng Meng gave the mystic spirit blood in her body to brother Ling Tian, so her cultivation base rose rapidly. Tang Zimeng's little face was flushed red. Li Lingtian naturally did not know the importance of a girl with a mythical spirit body's blood essence. It was just like a girl's first time. Before becoming a virgin, the cultivation of a girl with a mystic spirit body was very slow. Only after the drop of blood essence was taken away would her cultivation increase rapidly. The speed of her increase was terrifying. She would only give the mythical spirit body's blood essence to Li Lingtian when she married him in the future. However, she did not expect Li Lingtian to be so injured that he would ask her to give him the blood essence. Li Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Zimeng's words. Since that was the case, Tang Qingyue and Nangong Mingyue were naturally the same. What was wrong with him to provoke Tang Qingyue and Nangong Mingyue? At the thought of this, she was extremely frustrated. She reached out and pulled Tang Zimeng into her arms. She did not know what to do. The two of them were together, and there was a warmth that they had never felt before. At noon, Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng were chatting in the courtyard while Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping were chatting and laughing. At this moment, Wu Yun's voice came from outside. Young master, Lord Marquis wants you to go over. Do you know what it is? Li Lingtian took a bite of the spirit fruit and stood up after asking a few random questions. It seems to be an imperial decree. Wu Yun bowed respectfully. Li Lingtian was a Tier 3 warrior king now, but his strength would make any martial arts grandmaster tremble. This was because Li Lingtian had killed a Tier 4 martial emperor, Beichen Wuyo, when he was a Tier 1 warrior king. The martial emperor was an old monster who had lived for more than 300 years. In the end, he was also killed by Li Lingtian when he used a forbidden technique. Furthermore, all the guards and servants in the marquisdom were extremely respectful to this young master, not to mention Li Lingtian's current status. Li Lingtian said a few words to Tang Zimeng and the others before he left the courtyard and headed to the main hall of the marquis residence. When he arrived at the hall, he saw a pair of silver-armored guards standing at the door. In the hall was an old eunuch. "Greetings, young noble Ling Tian." More than 30 martial king guards bowed respectfully upon Li Lingtian's arrival. Their faces were filled with admiration. Li Lingtian's deeds were often mentioned by the warrior ascendant powerhouses of the divine guards. Anyone in Sky Dragon Empire could be provoked except Li Lingtian. "Greetings, young noble Ling Tian." Upon entering the hall, the old eunuch saluted Li Lingtian. He was shocked by the young man's strength as the entire palace was filled with his deeds. "Eunuch Gong is too polite." Li Lingtian returned the bow. "His Majesty the Emperor has chosen the Marquis of North Peace. He would like to invite young noble Ling Tian to the Heavenly Dragon Palace for a meeting." The palace's chief eunuch Zhou Linhai took out the imperial edict. After reading it out, he casually handed it over to Marquis Pingbei. When accepting the imperial edict, Marquis Pingbei had to perform the etiquette of monarch and minister, but Li Lingtian did not have to. This was a world where the strong ruled. Otherwise, the imperial edict wouldn't have announced that Northern Marquis Ping was inviting young noble Ling Tian. If Li Lingtian was just a mere warrior, it would be Northern Marquis Xian Ping who would be meeting Li Lingtian at the Heavenly Dragon Palace instead of inviting young Master Ling Tian to the Heavenly Dragon Palace for a meeting. This was a form of etiquette that even the emperor had to follow. Even the emperor had to invite young noble Ling Tian. "Thank you, eunuch." Li Lingtian nodded as he replied calmly. Following that, he and Li Suifeng headed to the imperial palace. This time, they were going to the imperial palace in a beast carriage. This was status and strength. If they didn't have strength, the palace wouldn't have used a special beast carriage to pick them up. Half an hour later, the beast carriage entered the imperial palace. Li Lingtian and Li Lingtian alighted from the beast carriage. A long red carpet extended all the way to the Heavenly Dragon Palace Hall. All the guards bowed respectfully when they saw Li Lingtian and Li Suifeng. Even a duke did not receive such treatment. "Marquis Pingbei, young noble Ling Tian has arrived." Zhou Linhai shouted loudly. Hundreds of courtiers in the hall turned to look at the palace door. Li Lingtian and his partner walked in confidently. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw the people in the hall. This time, they were all generals and not a single civil official. "Greetings, Marquis Pingbei. Greetings, young noble Ling Tian." All the generals saluted Li Suifeng in unison. When they saw Li Lingtian, their faces were filled with admiration as they greeted him politely. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Lingtian greets Your Majesty. The two of them stepped forward and bowed to Nangong Haoming. Li Lingtian greeted Nangong Haoming as if he was his peer, just like Li Suifeng did to a sovereign. "Please sit." Nangong Haoming wasn't the slightest bit dissatisfied. On the contrary, he valued this youth even more. Such a heaven-defying monster was the future of Sky Dragon Empire. In this Sky Dragon Empire's genius competition, Ling Tian's heaven-defying rise has caused the other three empires to be eyeing him covetously. There's also the incident at Hidden Dragon Island. Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire have gathered 3 million troops at the border of Sky Dragon Empire. I've received news that the super-powerful warriors of Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire have already entered Sky Dragon Empire. One can imagine their ambitions. Nangong Haoming waited for Li Lingtian to take his seat before announcing the purpose of the meeting to all the generals. Li Lingtian sat at the side while the generals in the court discussed the matter. In the end, it was decided that the 4 commanders would be stationed at Sky Dragon Empire's border city. Li Suifeng brought his men to the Thunderclap City, because the city was also an important military location. The last time they were sent back, there were countless super experts and soldiers in the city. On the other hand, Li Lingtian was just a foil. His main purpose was to introduce Li Lingtian to all the generals so that they would not be overwhelmed by the Dragon King Temple. After the court session ended, Li Lingtian and his son returned to the marquisdom. Li Suifeng had to go on an expedition immediately, so Li Lingtian was temporarily cultivating at the marquisdom. After Li Suifeng went out to battle, the marquisdom had lost countless guards. Some of the family guards were also brought out by Li Suifeng. During this period of time, Li Lingtian was extremely relaxed. He cultivated at night and refined some pills to increase Little White and the rest's cultivation. Ever since Li Lingtian refined the Tier 4 Heavenly Monster pill, Little White had broken through from Tier 4 Level 3 to Tier 4 Level 4. The Jade-Eyed Beast and Multicolored Beast had made great progress and were now addicted to Li Lingtian's pills. The biggest reward was the Silver-Winged Flying Dragon submission. In the face of the powerful dragon energy, the Silver-Winged Flying Dragon could only submit and become Li Lingtian's right-hand man. Of course, the Heavenly Fey pill was not without its help. Moreover, it spent most of its time cultivating in the Divine Dragon Ring. Moreover, it had obtained a drop of Little White's true dragon blood, which made its bloodline purer. With the shocking amount of dragon energy, the Silver-Winged Flying Dragon almost went crazy. Although the Jade-Eyed Beast and Multicolored Beast could not cultivate with dragon energy, they had obtained Little White's true dragon blood and their bloodlines had mutated. Thus, they had no effect on the dragon energy in the Divine Dragon Ring. The three demonic beasts were cultivating in the Divine Dragon Ring while Little White was sleeping outside and eating the heavenly demonic pill that Li Lingtian had refined. After Li Lingtian reached Tier 3 Warrior King, Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills were no longer of much use. He could only use Tier 3 Void Spirit pills for cultivation. Currently, the Void Spirit pill that he refined was only of high grade. However, based on his understanding of medicinal pills, when he was at Tier 5, the Void Spirit pill was no longer of much use to him. He had to find a Tier 4 pill formula. On this day, a violent spiritual energy came from the room, and the spiritual energy spread out like an explosion. Sigh, one failed again. Li Lingtian looked at the medicinal powder in the heaven and earth creation cauldron. It was a precious 1,000-year-old herb, but it was nothing much. The main reason was that he wasted a drop of 0-year-old stalactite milk. A drop of 0-year-old stalactite milk could completely instantly restore the true essence of a martial ancestor, martial emperor, or even a martial venerable or martial emperor. He also had 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk, and used over 10 bottles of 1,000-year stalactite milk. It was absolutely heaven-defying to have so many of such natural treasures. However, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only recover half of a martial king's cultivation. Even though the 10,000-year stalactite milk could instantly recover all of his true essence, he didn't want to waste it. He wanted to refine the 10,000-year stalactite milk into a precious pill to use. Try again. Li Lingtian pondered for a long time as he recalled his failed experiences. He wanted to pick himself up from where he failed. With that said, the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared before him. He unleashed the 9 suns' holy fire. With his current cultivation, he could use the flames he cultivated to refine other things. The flames that were cultivated had a more precise control. The success rate of refining pills this way was also much higher. Naturally, the quality was needless to say. All kinds of medicinal herbs entered the heaven and earth creation cauldron. The demon beast's inner core was about to enter the cauldron. More than 10 medicinal herbs, inner cores, and blood essence had already fused. Tisk. With a light sound, the 10,000-year stalactite milk dripped into the heaven and earth creation cauldron. Boom. A shocking amount of spirit chi quickly surged into the cauldron. Li Lingtian's expression was extremely serious. Chapter 140, Heaven-Defying Pill. What a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Young Master is refining pills again. May first know what pill Young Master is refining this time. It should be a 4th grade medicinal pill. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Our Young Master is truly a heaven-defying talent. He killed a martial emperor at the age of 16 and is also a Tier 4 alchemy grandmaster. The guards in the marquisdom were shocked and they saw the spirit chi fluctuation in Li Lingtian's room. During this period of time, Li Lingtian had refined quite a number of elixirs. All of them had strong spirit chi fluctuations and they had benefited greatly from it. Pilai completed. Li Lingtian, who was in the room, had a serious expression on his face. After a full 10 minutes, the heaven and earth creation cauldron's medicinal liquid had solidified. Li Lingtian's face lit up with excitement. He had successfully refined the pill this time. With a soft shout, the heaven and earth creation cauldron shot out a series of phantoms. The 36 pills continued to swirl in the air as the smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider. This is the strengthened version of the blue dust pill. 1 foot 11 inches name you the heaven-defying pill. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. A suction force appeared and the 36 pills were quickly absorbed into the jade bottle. For a Tier 4 Alchemy Grandmaster to successfully refine a special medicinal pill, it would be 4,936 pills. If there were less than 36 pills, it would be a failure. His current strength had already reached the peak of Tier 4 Alchemy Grandmaster because the quality of these 36 medicinal pills was high grade. The Heaven Fei pill he refined some time ago was also high grade. This was enough to show that his alchemy skills were at the peak of Tier 4. As long as one could refine a medicinal pill, one could become a level 5 spirit alchemist. The status of a spirit alchemist was extremely high. Even in the entire Eastern Spirit Azure continent, spirit alchemists could be counted on one hand. Wu Yun. Li Lingtian packed up his herbs and shouted. Wu Yun appeared in the courtyard as soon as he finished speaking and stood respectfully waiting for Li Lingtian's instructions. However, what puzzled him was that a shocking pressure was pressing down fiercely. This pressure was even the pressure of a martial emperor. Instinctively, he circulated all the true qi in his body to resist this pressure. However, when he circulated his true qi, it quickly flowed away. In the blink of an eye, all the true qi in his body disappeared. He slumped onto the ground weakly with a horrified expression on his face. He was not worried that Li Lingtian would punish him, but he was shocked by his young master's cultivation base. At the same time, young master was only a rank 3 martial king, while he was a rank 4 martial king. However, his genuine qi had disappeared in front of young master's pressure. What kind of skill was this? Even if he was facing the pressure of a martial emperor or martial grandmaster, he wouldn't be in such a situation. He was terrified. If young master didn't cultivate a mystical skill, he wouldn't believe it. While he was still in shock, Li Lingtian walked out of the room and nodded in satisfaction at Wu Yun who was lying on the floor. Let's try the power of this pill. Li Lingtian threw a crystal clear pellet at him with one hand. Wu Yun caught it and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Boom! There was a rumble in his body as a shocking spiritual energy rushed into his body. The powerful spiritual energy automatically circulated in his meridians. What shocked him was that the true energy that had disappeared in his body instantly recovered to its peak. Young master, what kind of pill is this? Wu Yun was beyond shocked. If martial artists had such medicinal pills, they would not have to worry about running out of true qi. How could young master refine such a pill? Wasn't this too heaven-defying? This pill is for you. In this world, there is no other person who can refine such a pill. Remember, only you know about this pill. With a flick of Li Lingtian's finger, another pill was shot at Wu Yun. Although Wu Yun did not know what kind of pill it was, he was well aware of its power. It was absolutely heaven-defying. Moreover, young master had said that no one else in the world could refine such a pill. In other words, this pill was exclusively made by young master. With such a pill, he could recover his true qi at a critical moment. It might even save his life, so he quickly put it away like a treasure. This subordinate will remember this. Wu Yun said respectfully. Since young master said so, this pilei would definitely not be refined in batches. Naturally, it would not be given to others. This pill would only be owned by him. Li Lingtian waved his hand to signal Wu Yun to leave. Wu Yun bowed respectfully and left, leaving Li Lingtian alone in the courtyard in deep thought. It's time to go back. Sky Dragon City is the capital of Sky Dragon Empire. I believe that the people from the palace will do their best to eliminate the people from the other empires. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. His cultivation had already reached Tier 3 Warrior King and he had become the focus of the empire. He believed that his Sky Cloud sect also had a grade 4 pill formula. There was no need for him to go to the market to look for it. Li Lingtian bid farewell to Qin Susu at the thought of this. It was Qin Susu's intention for him to bring Li Xiaoxiao along with him this time. He originally wanted to refuse, but he thought of his own Sky Peak. Having a few more people living there could also relieve his boredom. He didn't leave Sky Dragon City with Li Xiaoxiao. Instead, he walked towards the Tang family. He had been back to Sky Dragon City for a long time, but he hadn't visited the Tang family once. It would be rude to leave just like that. The beast carriage soon arrived at the Tang clan, Duke Xingguo's estate. From the outside, the entire manor looked countless times more powerful than the manor of the Marquis. This was also the rule of the empire. The buildings of the Marquis and Duke's residences had clear rules. After the beast carriage stopped, a few servants came up. So it's Lord Wu of the Northern Marquis' estate. A servant saw Wu Yun and politely said. They all knew about the relationship between the Northern Marquis, Fu, and the Tang clan. Moreover, their young miss was the fiancée of the Marquis Fu's prince. More importantly, young Master Ling Tian of the Marquisdom was the #1 genius on the prodigy roll, and his reputation shook the heavens. They knew that even though the cultivation of the servants was low, they were still young Master Ling Tian's admirers. My young master is here to visit the Marquis of Nanling. Wu Yun replied politely as the door of the beastie opened and Li Lingtian stepped out. Greetings, young noble Ling Tian. A few servants bowed respectfully with excited expressions on their faces. They were indeed excited to see their idol at such a close distance. Li Lingtian was led by a servant to the Tang family's backyard. Usually, guests were received in the front hall, but the servants were used to Li Lingtian's daily visits. Only acquaintances like Li Lingtian would enter the backyard as it was the core of the Tang family. Lord Marquis, young noble Ling Tian is here. The servant who led the way quickly ran forward to inform Li Lingtian before he bowed and left. Li Lingtian was familiar with this place and naturally did not need him to be the third wheel. Oh, it's Tian. Let's go to Yanfeng Pavilion. Meng Meng and the others are at Yanfeng Pavilion. Tang Zicheng walked out of the study room and was delighted to see Li Lingtian. He did not have a son, but he was happy to have such a perfect son-in-law. Greetings, uncle. Li Lingtian quickly bowed. No matter how close they were, the ceremony could not be abandoned. Don't be so formal. After Tang Zicheng finished speaking, he led Li Lingtian to the backyard garden. The Tang family's garden was as big as 3 to 4 basketball courts. After entering the garden, Li Lingtian could hear laughter from time to time. Naturally, he was familiar with the laughter of the little beauty, Tang Zimeng. He wondered what made her so happy. Li Lingtian walked toward the pavilion with a smile on his face. However, he was spotted by Tang Qingyue before he reached the pavilion. Tang Qingyue felt awkward when she saw Li Lingtian's arrival. The smile on her face vanished. Tang Zimeng noticed her sister's condition and followed her gaze. She was instantly elated and ran toward Li Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian. Tang Zimeng threw herself into Li Lingtian's arms without any hesitation. She even ignored Tang Zicheng who was beside Li Lingtian. Tang Zicheng could only shake his head. He was too fond of this precious child. Lingtian greets aunt. Li Lingtian hurried to the pavilion after Tang Zimeng. He could not be rude as there were elders here. He came to the pavilion and bowed to the blue screen. Finally, he nodded at Tang Qingyue and called out softly. The few of them chatted in the pavilion. To them, Li Lingtian was a family member and there was no need to treat him as an outsider. After chatting for half an hour, Li Lingtian told them about his return to Sky Cloud sect. Uncle, Auntie, Ling Tian will be returning to Sky Cloud Sect today, so I've specially come to pay my respects to Uncle and Auntie. Li Ling Tian replied earnestly with an awkward expression. It had been so many days since he returned to Sky Dragon City, but this was his first time visiting the Tang family. Big brother Ling Tian, you're going back to Sky Cloud Sect? Tang Zimeng was shocked, but she soon realized that Li Ling Tian could not possibly stay in Sky Dragon City every day. Tian is going back to Sky Cloud Sect to cultivate. That's a good thing. A man should have ambition. Although you're a martial king now and your strength is strong, the divine martial continent is too powerful. Your martial king realm is just the beginning. Tang Zicheng nodded in satisfaction. To be neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat was the temperament of a true martial artist. It was also the most basic mentality of a martial artist. Father, Mother, I'm going back to Sky Cloud Sect too. Tang Zimeng quickly said to Tang Zicheng and his wife. Tang Zicheng and his wife only smiled. They would not know what this little girl was thinking. However, this was also good. Anyway, this girl was not young anymore. He could not control her all the time. It was a good thing to return with Li Ling Tian, so the two of them nodded. They did not expect Tang Qingyue to return to Sky Cloud Sect as well. Not only them, but even Li Ling Tian was stunned. If he followed his sister back to Sky Cloud Sect, he would be looking for trouble. Just nice, I'm going back to Sky Cloud Sect too. I'll try to make a breakthrough there. Tang Qingyue pondered for a moment before returning to Sky Cloud Sect. Sister Qingyue, you're going back to Sky Cloud Sect too? Li Ling Tian asked seriously. He hoped that Tang Qingyue would not follow him back to Sky Cloud Sect or he would be in trouble. What, do you have an opinion? Even if you have objections, you can only endure it. Tang Qingyue's face revealed a sly smile. Li Ling Tian was speechless. What kind of people are these? Even a beautiful lady should not be like this. No. Li Ling Tian stammered. When Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping saw this, they could not help but burst out laughing. Alright, you guys go and prepare. Go back to Sky Cloud Sect and cultivate well. Tang Zicheng nodded and said. Then, Tang Qingyue and Tang Zimeng quickly left and returned to their rooms to pack up. Uncle, these are some spirit fruits that Tian obtained from Hidden Dragon Island. They are quite effective for cultivation and the body. Li Ling Tian took out a storage bag and handed it to Tang Zicheng. There were countless spirit fruits in his divine dragon ring and he could not finish them all in a short time. All right. Satisfied, Tang Zicheng put away the storage bag with the slightest hesitation. In the end, the two of them chatted idly. Soon, Tang Qingyue and her sister had finished packing and returned to the pavilion. Finally, Li Ling Tian, the sisters, Qingping, and Xiaoxiao left the Tang family. Tang Qingyue had servants in Sky Cloud Sect, so she didn't need to bring any maids. However, Tang Zimeng brought Qingping along. Chapter 141, Heavenly Cloud Flying Ship. After leaving the Tang family, they rode an ordinary beast carriage and headed out of Sky Dragon City. Inside the beast carriage, Tang Zimeng was snuggling up to Li Ling Tian, looking sweet and affectionate. Qingping and Li Xiaoxiao were chatting and laughing. Only Tang Qingyue could not bear to watch any longer and closed her eyes to meditate. After an hour, the beast carriage left Sky Dragon City and stopped at a relatively remote place. After the five of them alighted from the vehicle, the beast carriage left. Li Ling Tian extended his hand and summoned a gigantic spaceship. This spaceship was obtained from Wind Demon last time. Now that Wind Demon was dead, this spaceship naturally belonged to him. Although it was only a flying ship, its level was not low. It was actually an emperor-level existence. After the flying ship was fully activated, it was 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. The flying ship was called the Heavenly Cloud Flying Ship, and it was covered with countless restrictions and defenses. As long as they didn't encounter any martial emperor-level experts, no one could pose a threat to this flying ship. Even a martial emperor couldn't destroy this spaceship. Such a spaceship was naturally very safe. Wow, what a huge spaceship! Tang Zimeng exclaimed when she saw the spaceship. Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping did the same. Tang Qingyue's eyes lit up when she saw the spaceship Li Lingtian took out. Although the Tang family was powerful, they were only powerful in Sky Dragon Empire. However, the items that Li Lingtian had brought out were all super items. Naturally, they rarely saw them. Young master, where did you get this flying ship? Did Sky Cloud's sect give it to you? Li Xiaoxiao saw how impressive the flying ship was. It was similar to the time when Li Lingtian first saw Sky Cloud's sect's flying ship. In her opinion, only Sky Cloud's sect had such a thing. No, one got this heavenly cloud ship when one went to the Devil's Sea and killed a martial emperor. Sigh, that battle was the most tragic one I've ever seen. More than 500 warrior spirits were all killed, and not a single warrior king was left. There were only 10 martial grandmasters left out of the 57. Li Lingtian sighed when he mentioned the battle with Wind Demon. The situation at that time was extremely dangerous. If he had not used the heavenly extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber at the last moment, he would have died in the Devil's Sea. You killed a martial emperor some time ago, Devil's Sea, so many supreme experts have died, so many martial kings and martial grandmasters have died. Tang Zimeng and the other girls were shocked. Li Lingtian was only a warrior spirit a while ago. They did not expect him to kill a martial emperor before Beichen Wuyo. The deaths of so many warrior spirits, martial kings, and martial grandmasters were truly shocking to them. Any warrior spirit or warrior king was extremely powerful, let alone a warrior ascendant. According to Li Lingtian, all the warrior kings and warrior spirits were dead, leaving only 10 warrior ascendants. How did Li Lingtian return? Big brother Lingtian, can you tell Meng Meng what happened? Yes, young master, tell us what happened at that time. Tang Zimeng and Li Xiaoxiao were both shocked and afraid. The situation was so dangerous that Li Lingtian must have been in danger too. Let's go. We'll get on the spaceship first. I'll tell you guys when we get on it. Li Lingtian nodded and took the lead to board the spaceship. He placed a superior-grade spirit stone into the spaceship's slot and cast a spell. Immediately, the array formation inside the spaceship was activated. A light barrier covered the flying ship, blocking the strong wind outside. The flying ship left the ground without shaking at all, quickly rising to an altitude of 10,000 meters, flying rapidly into the distance. Following that, Li Lingtian recounted what happened that day. The 4 ladies were shaken to their core by the story. Fortunately, Li Lingtian returned safely. A wind demon at the level of a martial emperor can be resurrected indefinitely. Is there really such a powerful and magical existence in this world? Tang Qingyue was also shocked. Although she didn't show it, she was shocked. This young man had experienced life and death at the age of 16. Then, the flying ship left Sky Dragon City and headed toward Sky Cloud Sect. Li Lingtian entered the main control room and took control of the entire spacecraft. Tang Zimeng stayed with him. Tang Qingyue chose a room to sit down and rest. It was extremely safe on the spaceship, and there was food and water. There were countless spiritual fruits, so the girls were naturally not annoyed at all. Li Lingtian stood at the front of the spaceship and watched the clouds fly backward in the sky. The fresh air was refreshing. From time to time, they would encounter some martial artists who were driving flying ships, as well as martial kings and martial spirits who were flying on swords. There were even martial grandmasters flying in the air. Wow, what an impressive spaceship. Look at the girls around him. All of them are peerless fairies. They're really lucky. On a small spaceship in the distance, a few martial king warriors were shocked and they saw Li Lingtian's spaceship. They were stunned when they saw Tang Zimeng and the girls. Do you know who he is? If you continue to spout nonsense, one will slap you to death. Even if you want to die, don't drag us down. A martial arts grandmaster powerhouse was horrified when he saw Li Lingtian. He berated the warrior king disciple beside him angrily. If they angered the youth in the distance, they would not know how they died. Senior Uncle Qinglan, who is he? He's just a rank 3 martial king. A young man was looking at Li Lingtian. However, after seeing Li Lingtian's cultivation base, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He secretly thought that his uncle master was becoming more and more timid. He was even afraid of a tier 3 martial king warrior. That's right, Uncle Master. That young man is only a rank 3 martial king. All of us here are tier 6 martial kings and above. Uncle Master is a tier 4 martial arts grandmaster. Besides, even if he heard what we said, he could only watch. Would he dare to do anything to us? A few warrior king disciples chimed in as well. They looked at Li Lingtian with disdain, but their greed for the spaceship was apparent. Say another word and 1 foot 11 inches slap you to death. Don't you know he's young noble Lingtian? The number 1 genius on the prodigy roll. Qinglan was completely speechless. She was extremely anxious. If that youth heard it, they would be dead for sure. First on the prodigy roll? Uncle Master, we've been cultivating in seclusion for a while and missed the fight for the prodigy roll. It's such a pity. How did a tier 3 martial king become number 1 on the prodigy roll? Sigh. Yeah, if we participate, we will definitely enter the prodigy roll. Pa. The few youths continued to discuss among themselves. Qinglan, who was standing at the side, was extremely anxious. Immediately, a few loud slaps were thrown out. Instantly, the few martial king realm youths were stunned. Kill martial emperor Beichen Wuyo and kill Yang Tianming. Ice and fire dual martial souls, with a 3-color dragon. Do you think you can do it? Qinglan looked at the few disciples with disdain. No wonder the sect was not strong. With such a disciple, it was simply a dream for the sect to become strong. The martial king's disciples looked at him in disbelief. They immediately shut their mouths and did not dare to speak. A martial king killing a martial emperor, what kind of concept was this? They did not even dare to imagine it. They didn't know anything else, but they were very clear about Yang Tianming's strength. Among the martial arts grandmasters, there were very few people who were Yang Tianming's match. Now, even Yang Tianming had been killed. How terrifying was this youth? Li Lingtian flew the spaceship at high speed. He completely ignored the discussions among the warriors. In just 3 days, the spaceship had arrived above Sky Cloud Sect. The powerful pressure of the spaceship woke up countless disciples of Sky Cloud Sect. In an instant, dozens of warrior kings and some elders flew out. However, they were all respectful and excited when they saw Li Lingtian on the spaceship. Junior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Li. Countless warriors cheered loudly. Li Lingtian was a disciple of Sky Cloud Sect and a legend of Sky Cloud Sect. The news of Sky Dragon Empire's number 1 genius competing in Sky Dragon City had long spread throughout Sky Dragon Empire. Naturally, Sky Cloud Sect's disciples knew about it. During this period of time, young Master Lingtian was the most talked about person in Sky Cloud Sect. This young Master Lingtian was Sky Cloud Sect's ice and fire dual martial soul genius, Li Lingtian. The Sky Cloud Sect disciples regarded Li Lingtian as a role model instead of a target. As Li Lingtian was a legend and a miracle, they could only work hard in their cultivation. Li Lingtian's return immediately drew the cheers of tens of thousands of Sky Cloud Sect disciples. Li Lingtian used to be an outer disciple, but he rose to prominence and became Sky Dragon Empire's number 1 genius. Moreover, Li Lingtian was the Heavenly Pavilion Master and the honorary elder of Sky Cloud Sect. Li Lingtian landed the spaceship and greeted some elders before bringing Tang Zimeng and the rest back to Tianyu Peak. Tang Qingyue returned to Yunming Restaurant alone. Tang Zimeng, Qingping, and Li Xiaoxiao lived in the Tianyu Pavilion on the Heavenly Universe Peak. Li Lingtian was the master of the place. Seeing the scenery and spiritual energy of Tianyu Peak, the girls were extremely happy. Everyone chose their own rooms to stay in. Li Lingtian nodded when he saw the popularity of the Tianyu Pavilion. He was no longer alone. Li Lingtian had set up a few spots in the Tianyu Pavilion. The only ones that were not accessible were his alchemy room and his cultivation room. He wasn't worried that Tang Zimeng and the others would find out any secrets, but he couldn't be disturbed when he was cultivating and refining pills. Cultivation and alchemy were related. If he interrupted alchemy, it would affect his mind. However, Tang Zimeng had come to the Tianyu Pavilion as the hostess because she was Li Lingtian's fiancée. Meng Meng, Qingping, Xiao Xiao, try your best to speed up your cultivation during this period of time and improve your cultivation. If you lack cultivation techniques, skills, weapons, and pills, just ask me. Li Lingtian passed some Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills to Li Xiao Xiao and Qingping. As both of them were warriors, high-level pills would be harmful to them. After that, he chose quite a number of spirit armaments and profound armaments for them. Towards his own people, he would never be stingy in the slightest. Thank you, young master. Qin Ping and Li Xiao Xiao bowed politely, then took their cultivation techniques and skills out to cultivate. No one could come up to the heavenly space peak, so they were safe and free here. Chapter 142, Valley of the Medicine Masters. The two of them usually cultivated and only had a small amount of time to do some basic things. Meng Meng, you have a mystic spirit body. 1 foot 11 inches give you a cultivation technique that can help you improve your cultivation quickly. One also cultivate this cultivation technique, but no matter who it is, don't tell anyone about it. Li Lingtian said earnestly. The heaven and earth reincarnation was his most powerful cultivation technique, and it was beyond the scope of all cultivation techniques in the divine martial continent. After saying that, he used his divine sense to organize the heaven and earth reincarnation technique that he had cultivated. Then, he pointed with one hand and a golden light shot towards Tang Zimeng's glabella. Suddenly, countless golden words appeared in Tang Zimeng's mind. After a full minute, Li Lingtian passed the heaven and earth reincarnation technique to Tang Zimeng. Seeing that Tang Zimeng was still in the midst of her comprehension, he left the room gently and went to the courtyard to cultivate. After settling down, Li Lingtian began cultivating in peace. He learned from Tang Zicheng that the world was not that simple and the martial king realm was just the beginning. People like Tang Zicheng usually wouldn't talk nonsense. Since he could say this, something must be going on. Moreover, with the realm of a martial king, there was no way he could withstand these things. In fact, even if Tang Zicheng did not say anything, he knew that the divine martial continent was not as simple as it seemed based on his experience and the wisdom of the 21st century. Eastern Spirit Azure continent might seem powerful, but it was only a remote place in the entire divine martial continent. It was the weakest place. Although he was a martial king now and his strength could be compared to a martial arts grandmaster, he was just an ant when facing a true expert. If he wanted to protect his brothers, relatives, and women, he needed to have great strength. He did not want to have any regrets in his life. His cultivation technique had the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon's protection. Skills, including ice, fire, 9 heavens/sky, meteor shower, and heaven and earth conflagration. With the ancient alchemy techniques and the heaven and earth creation cauldron, he could refine peerless pills. He had the roaring dragon combat halberd, the heaven extreme tyrant emperor saber, and some peerless profound level weapons. Pets included little white, silver-winged flying dragon, multicolored beast, and jade-eyed beast. The only thing he had to do now was to refine pills to cultivate cultivation techniques, increase his cultivation, and cultivate skills to strengthen himself. Refining treasures to strengthen one's strength required a large amount of time. He made some arrangements. During the day, he would cultivate various skills. At night, he would comprehend pill formulas and cultivation techniques, and cultivate the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon body barrier. When he was free, he would refine pills and accompany this beautiful girl, Tang Zimeng. Tang Zimeng and the others also worked hard on their cultivation. In just a month, Tang Zimeng's cultivation had reached Tier 8 warrior spirit with her mystical spirit body and heaven and earth reincarnation. Qingping and Xiao Xiao had also successfully advanced to the warrior numinous stage. Li Lingtian could not help but be envious of their speed. More importantly, the silver-winged flying dragon had completely absorbed Little White's blood essence and had now broken through to the 5th step. After the mutation, its strength was extremely terrifying. The jade-eyed beast had also reached level 4, level 8, while the multicolored beast was level 4, level 5. Little White was the only one who hadn't advanced. However, it hadn't advanced for long. It was very powerful, and it rarely fought. On this day, Li Lingtian finished his cultivation and left the Tianyu Pavilion for the inner sect. With his current identity, he could enter any place in the library pavilion. He did not lack skills and cultivation techniques, but he wanted to find some information. This time, countless martial artists bowed respectfully, their faces revealing crazy worship. This young man was the legend of Sky Cloud Sect. He was the #1 genius in Sky Dragon Empire. A rank 1 martial king had killed a rank 4 martial emperor. After Li Lingtian bowed to the old man guarding the library, he walked up to the highest floor of the library. There were 4 levels in the library. The first level was for warriors, the second level was for warrior spirits, the third level was for martial kings, and the fourth level was for martial grandmasters. He was the Sky Pavilion Master and had a special status. In addition to the Sky Dragon Empire competition, he had become the #1 genius of Sky Dragon Empire and was qualified to enter the 4th level. On the 4th floor, Li Lingtian looked around for a long time. Even though they were all Mystic Sias and Earth class, he was not interested in them anymore. At this moment, a jade slip appeared in his sight. Heaven-destroying sword formation. Upon seeing the jade slip, Li Lingtian probed his divine consciousness into the jade slip. Immediately, a strong surge of heart's blood rushed into his mind. Upon receiving this information, Li Lingtian's expression kept changing. It was as if he had seen a ghost or a magical treasure. The heaven-destroying sword formation is a technique of the ancient Almighty. No one in the divine martial continent has ever cultivated it. Li Lingtian was shocked. There was a restriction in the jade slip as well. With his cultivation base, he could only see a portion of the information. This jade slip recorded the techniques of ancient mighty figures. It was the techniques of mighty figures, not skills. In the words of the divine martial continent, an almighty's technique was a divine ability. However, even the experts of the divine martial continent did not understand that the power of an almighty's technique was far beyond that of a divine ability. To cultivate the heaven-destroying sword formation, one must cultivate sword intent. Sword formations mainly consist of sword intent, sword force, sword domain, and sword path. In the divine martial continent, there are people who have cultivated sword intent, but not many. However, there are very few who have cultivated sword force. It's almost rare. Even in Eastern Spirit Azure continent, no one has cultivated sword force. Li Lingtian quietly studied it with excitement on his face. The more difficult the cultivation method and skill was, the more he liked it. The startling heaven sword technique was difficult to cultivate, but he had cultivated it to the extreme. It's you. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the jade slip. He then took the jade slip to Chao's library. Initially, he wanted the old man to help him make a copy, but he could not make a copy of this jade slip. This was left behind by the founder of Sky Cloud Sect. No one can cultivate it. Similarly, the information in this jade slip cannot be replicated. The old man said seriously. He was very curious about this young man. Although he had only seen him a few times, he was surprised every time. Then, Senior, this. Li Lingtian was stunned. Since the jade slip could not be duplicated, his cultivation would be ruined. You are the Sky Pavilion Master now. No one has cultivated this jade slip before. Take it. The old man did not hesitate as he spoke calmly. He then closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring Li Lingtian. "Thank you, Senior." Li Lingtian bowed respectfully before leaving the library with the jade slip. "I hope you can cultivate it. In the past 10,000 years, no one has been able to cultivate the heaven-destroying sword formation. The future of Sky Cloud sect depends on you, but it's best not to provoke that person. Otherwise, even the martial god will be wiped out." After Li Lingtian left the library, the old man opened his sharp eyes with a look of anticipation on his face. The aura around his entire body surged. If Li Lingtian were to discover this aura here, he would definitely be shocked to death. Even Beichen Wuyo was just an ant in front of this aura. However, when the old man thought of that powerful existence, fear appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with incomparable Beijing opera. Although it was only a legend, that legend made him feel fear. No one knew that it was this heaven-destroying sword formation that achieved his supreme divine might. Even he himself did not expect the heaven-destroying sword formation to have such shocking power and secrets. After Li Lingtian left the library, he headed straight for the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Like Tianyu Peak, the Valley of the Medicine Masters had a special status. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was the place where the Sky Cloud sect refined elixirs. Every disciple in the Valley of the Medicine Masters knew how to refine elixirs. There were countless alchemists, and there were even 3 level 4 alchemy masters and 1 spirit alchemist. The Medicine King's Valley is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. More than 10 warrior spirit realm disciples stopped Li Lingtian with smiles on their faces when they saw him. From Li Lingtian's appearance, he was just an outer disciple. Furthermore, with his current cultivation base, a warrior spiritual realm would not be able to tell. Even a martial grandmaster might not be able to see through Li Lingtian's cultivation base, let alone a warrior spiritual realm. The dozen or so disciples treated Li Lingtian as an outer disciple. Medicine King's Valley had a transcendent status in Sky Cloud sect. Disciples who could enter Medicine King's Valley knew alchemy, and alchemists were respected everywhere. When they saw an ordinary disciple coming, they naturally had to stop him. "I wish to find Senior Tianming," Li Lingtian said calmly. At any time, there would always be some disciples who were blind in any sect. Yao Tianming was the elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and the only spirit alchemist. His status was revered. Even if the sect master came, he would have to be polite to him. How arrogant. "You actually want to see our elder? Who do you think you are, that you're just an ordinary disciple? How can you have the qualifications, not to mention you, even if the sect elders come, they have to follow the procedures. You can't enter. Don't use Elder Tianming to fool us. Aren't you just here to ask for medicinal pills? As long as you take out 1,000 spirit stones, one can give you some essence cultivating pills." The dozen or so young disciples laughed out loud. Li Lingtian had encountered such a situation before, but it was fortunate that those who laughed at him could no longer do so. According to him, he would make those who showed off in front of him tremble. "My name is Li Lingtian." Li Lingtian looked at the dozen or so young men with a calm expression as if he was watching a monkey's show. After the dozen or so young men had finished speaking, he spoke at a moderate pace. His calm voice was like a thunderclap in the hearts of the young disciples. Instantly, the smiles on the faces of the dozen or so young men froze. This name was like a bolt of lightning, striking them so hard that they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian, young master Lingtian. You're young noble Lingtian. Are you really Li Lingtian, young master Lingtian? Young master Lingtian of the prodigy role. Heavenly Pavilion Master, young master Lingtian. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of the dozen or so young men turned into fear. They could no longer smile as they stammered. Chapter 143, Sword Intent. There were tens of thousands of disciples in Sky Cloud sect. Some of them did not know the name of the sect leader, but everyone knew of young Master Ling Tian's existence. In this world, the first to laugh was not necessarily the winner. It would depend on who had the last laugh and who had the best laugh. Li Ling Tian watched as the smile on the dozen or so young men's faces stiffened. A faint smile appeared on his calm face. Laugh, continue laughing. Laugh loudly. Before I came out, one noticed that you guys weren't laughing. I'll make sure that you guys never laugh again. With a smile on his face, Li Ling Tian strolled past the group of youths and headed straight for the pavilion in Medicine King's Valley. Soon, his figure disappeared from the pavilion. Laughter came from behind, but this laughter was worse than crying. Amidst the countless pavilions, Li Ling Tian discovered that the spiritual qi here was extremely dense. There was wood element spiritual qi everywhere. In the end, after asking around, he found Elder Tianming in the alchemy room. Li Ling Tian greets senior brother Tianming. When Li Ling Tian saw the old man who had finished refining the pill, he bowed as an equal with a faint smile on his face. He was the Sky Pavilion Master and also a martial king, while the other party was an elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters and also a martial king. The two of them were naturally of the same generation. So it's junior brother Ling Tian. Please come in. The expression on Tianming's face changed extremely quickly. In his eyes, most people who came here were here to ask for medicinal pills, but this young man in front of him didn't dare to offend him. Other geniuses, no matter how talented they were, could not do without medicinal pills. However, this genius was an amazing alchemy grandmaster. The super disciples who had returned from the Sky Dragon Empire Grand Tournament did not forget about Li Lingtian's strength and methods. They were all in awe of him. A Tier 9 warrior spirit had killed young Tianming, and a Tier 4 martial emperor had been lulled by a martial king. There was no one else in Sky Dragon Empire with such strength. To him, Tianming, all martial artists needed medicinal pills. Even a martial emperor would not easily offend him. However, he received a piece of information. This youth was an alchemy grandmaster, and he could easily refine a high-grade Tier 4 medicinal pill. Such strength, even he couldn't do it. Spirit alchemists could refine level 5 pills, but they could only refine level 5 pills of ordinary quality. Pills were divided into ordinary pills, high-grade pills, and peerless pills. There were also people who called it low-grade, high-grade, and peerless, while there were also people who called it low-grade, high-grade, and peerless. However, no matter what it was called, the quality was the same. It was 3 levels of quality. No matter how powerful an ordinary medicinal pill was, it was still an ordinary medicinal pill. Wanting to refine a high-grade one was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. On the other hand, Li Ling Tian had produced superior grade elixirs right away. Furthermore, he had refined the peerless spirit binding pill and vitality pill. He would never believe that Li Ling Tian had come to ask for pills. Senior brother Tianming is too polite. One came to Medicine King's Valley to find a 4th grade purple jade pill recipe from you. Li Ling Tian immediately revealed his purpose for coming here. That's easy to say. Isn't it just a Tier 4 purple jade pill formula? Tianming smiled and said. This pill formula was only commonly seen among the 4th grade pills. However, all the martial artists in the divine martial continent used this pill formula. But to truly refine it, it was not that simple. Only top-notch alchemy grandmasters could refine it. He believed that Li Ling Tian would be able to refine it, but he also wanted to know if Li Ling Tian could refine the purple jade pill to the quality of a superior grade pill. Moreover, he wanted to find this youth to exchange ideas on pili refinement. A person who could refine peerless pills was definitely not simple. Li Ling Tian understood and did not reject Tianming. The two of them shared a private room to exchange their alchemy skills. Li Ling Tian had already mastered the ancient alchemy technique. Just a simple point from him was like a revelation to Tianming. Some of the difficult problems he encountered during alchemy were easily solved and he was instantly excited. Junior brother Ling Tian, please come often in the future. Junior brother Ling Tian's alchemy Dao has already reached a miraculous level. As long as there's enough time, I believe junior brother Ling Tian will become the strongest alchemy master in Eastern Spirit Azure Continent. The two of them conversed for an hour before Li Lingtian took the pill formula and left. Tianming's face was filled with excitement. He had gained more in this hour than he would ever have in his entire life. When Li Lingtian left, he saw a dozen youths still laughing loudly. The alchemist's face was extremely pale and his laughter was uglier than crying. You are just disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. You don't know how to restrain yourselves. How can you be disciples of a super sect? In the future, when other disciples come here, it's best to consider their identity first. Are they still disciples of Sky Cloud sect? Li Lingtian looked at the dozen or so youths indifferently before he waved his hand and turned to leave. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's gesture, the dozen or so young men finally stopped. They had no strength left in their bodies, but they were shocked. Young Master Ling Tian was indeed young Master Ling Tian. His temperament was not something they could compare to. This young Master Ling Tian was once an outer disciple and had been humiliated before. However, he was able to become the #1 genius in the Heavenly Dragon realm. On the other hand, they were only at the martial spirit realm and only knew how to bully low-level disciples. Li Lingtian was satisfied with the heaven-destroying sword formation and the grade 4 purple jade pill formula. He then returned to Tianyu Peak. Along the way, the disciples who saw Li Lingtian greeted him respectfully with admiration on their faces. After returning to Tianyu Peak, Li Lingtian gave Tang Zimeng some of the elixirs. If Xiao Xiao and Qingping did not have any elixirs, Tang Zimeng could give them to them. This was because he had to go into seclusion to comprehend the heaven-destroying sword formation and the 4th grade purple jade pill during this period of time. He had no control over these two items and would only feel at ease after he had control over them. In fact, no one came to disturb him on Tianyu Peak. When Li Lingtian first returned, he had given Xuede a lot of spiritual stones, weapons, and elixirs. After preparing everything, he went to his room to study the purple jade pill formula. He had refined a tier 4 heavenly Yao pill some time ago. This purple jade pill was not some heaven-defying pill, so it was relatively easy to study it. In 10 days, the purple jade pill was successfully refined. Similarly, the pills produced by the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron were all high-grade pills. If time was enough and one was familiar with the alchemy technique, it would not be a problem for them to refine a peerless pill. After refining the purple jade pill, his most important task now was basically completed. What he needed now was time to cultivate and increase his cultivation and strength. However, after the purple jade pill was refined, he did not cultivate. Instead, he went to comprehend the heaven-destroying sword formation. From the information in the jade slip, he discovered that this sword formation was not that simple. His divine sense entered the jade slip and memorized the information inside again, trying not to miss out on anything. Just like that, he withdrew his consciousness and entered a state of clarity to comprehend the heaven-destroying sword formation. The heaven-destroying sword formation is actually not like that. The sword formation only appears at the end because one can only control the sword formation when one cultivates the sword Dao. Rather than calling it the heaven-destroying sword formation, it's better to call it the heaven-destroying sword art. The first move, Sword Howl. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and gained a basic understanding of the heaven-destroying sword formation. This was also his personal opinion. He could tell that the sword howl of heaven and earth was not something that could be easily cultivated. Sky Cloud sect was as quiet as ever. All the disciples followed Li Lingtian's example and cultivated diligently. On Tianyu Peak, Tang Zimeng and the other two girls were also cultivating seriously. With the pills and resources, they would not slack off. Besides, Tang Zimeng did not have Li Lingtian's company, so she spent most of her time cultivating. Time passed quickly and a month passed. Li Lingtian did not leave the room for a single step throughout the month. On this day, Tang Zimeng and the others were resting and chatting in the courtyard when a destructive sword intent suddenly erupted from Li Lingtian's room. That's right, it was sword intent, not power or aura. This kind of sword intent was completely emitted by the martial artist's body. It was a kind of will. The will of the sword, the domineering sharpness of the sword. The three ladies were shocked and they discovered the sword intent. They knew Li Lingtian's cultivation base, cultivation method, and skills, but they did not have such a powerful sword intent. Big brother Ling Tian cultivates sword intent. Tang Zimeng looked at the sword intent of Tianyu Pavilion in shock, and her expression kept changing. One saw young master perform a sword technique called the Startling Heaven Sword Technique. Could it be the Startling Heaven Sword Technique? Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Back at the marquisdom, Li Lingtian had demonstrated the 3 stunning moves of the astounding sword technique, but he had never used them before. With his cultivation, there was no need for him to use any skills below mystic grade. Li Xiaoxiao was right. Although Li Lingtian was not cultivating the astounding sword technique, the heaven-destroying sword formation was something he had comprehended from the 1,000 shadows and petals. 1,000 shadow petals had already been cultivated to the transcendent state, and its power was shocking. Even an ordinary earth-rank skill could not be as powerful as 1,000 shadow petals. Moreover, the sword itself was sharp. Its power was definitely the strongest among skills of the same level. After a period of comprehension, the sword howl of the heavens and the earth could not be cultivated successfully at all. This was because the moves cultivated only had form and no spirit. This was because he had to cultivate the sword intent before he could truly control the move, sword howl of heaven and earth. With a flash of inspiration, he actually thought of the 1,000 shadows flying flowers he had cultivated some time ago. Thinking of all this, he was blessed and actually cultivated sword intent. A powerful sword will shot out in all directions. Li Lingtian was shocked when he sensed the power of this sword will. He had just comprehended the sword intent, and it was already so powerful. If he really controlled it, how powerful would the sword intent be? With a flick of his divine sense, the azulate sword appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and a stream of sword intent was unleashed. The sword howl of heaven and earth was naturally cultivated. Whoosh! The air was torn apart and even Tianyu Peak was trembling. Li Lingtian was left in the room with one hand, feeling the power of sword howl of the heavens and earth. This sword howl heaven and earth had already surpassed ordinary skills. It was an invisible Tao. What was invisible killing? This was invisible killing. The sword howl is indeed powerful. Li Lingtian put away his azulate sword. The sword howl of the heavens and earth that was unleashed by a low-grade profound weapon was already so powerful. If he were to truly control the sword howl of the heavens and earth, he had no idea what kind of effect it would bring with his cultivation base and better weapon. Sword intent is the will of a sword, and also the will of a person. A man should be like a sharp sword, hiding a low profile in the sheath, sharp and domineering like a sharp sword unsheathed, unyielding. Feeling the sword will, Li Lingtian's state of mind was elevated. His entire body exuded a sharp sword-like aura, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. Chapter 145, Saint Weapon, Tianyu's Sword. A moment later, the sword will disappeared and Li Lingtian returned to his former self, looking no different from an ordinary youth. When he walked out of the room, he saw Tang Zimeng and the other 2 girls looking at the changes in the sky in surprise. With a sword strike, the space was torn apart. Big brother Ling Tian, what skill do you cultivate? It's so powerful. Tang Zi dreamed that Li Lingtian had come out. She missed him so much that she threw herself into his arms after not seeing him for a month. Yes, some time ago, I found a skill called the heaven-destroying sword formation in the library. After studying it for a month, I finally comprehended it. Li Lingtian looked at the beautiful girl in his arms and his face lit up with joy. Qingping and Li Xiaoxiao were elated as well. Li Lingtian's strength was their backer and future. Xiao Xiao, let's go cook and celebrate with young master. Qing Ping didn't want to be a third wheel when she saw her young miss and young master together. She quickly reminded Li Xiao Xiao, and the two of them quickly left the courtyard and walked to the kitchen. Tang Zimeng snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms, enjoying the warmth and security. The entire Tianyu Peak was picturesque, like a fairyland in the 9 heavens. The two of them merged into this mountain peak. A place with Big Brother Ling Tian is a paradise. Tang Zimeng murmured as she stared at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes, causing Li Lingtian's heart to tremble. This Tang Zimeng was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. Even the 9 heavenly maiden in one's imagination was far inferior to her. Even with his knowledge from the 21st century, he could not find words to describe Tang Zimeng's beauty. This was a kind of beauty, a kind of temperament, a kind of intoxicating purity. Li Lingtian held Tang Zimeng in his arms as he gazed into the distance. He was satisfied with Tang Zimeng after coming to this world. Gradually, his mental state entered a wonderful realm. Everything in the world came alive, and his spiritual sense and perception became incomparably powerful. His divine sense enveloped the entire sky peak. Even an ant would find it difficult to escape his divine sense. Eh. At that moment, Li Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. He immediately opened his eyes and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. As if he had seen something strange, his expression changed endlessly. Big Brother Ling Tian, what's wrong? Tang Zimeng was enjoying Li Lingtian's embrace when she heard Li Lingtian's exclamation. She was jolted awake and looked at him curiously. I didn't expect my sky peak to have such an existence. Let's go. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. After that, he wrapped his arm around Tang Zimeng and dashed toward the pool on the side of Skyward Peak. The last place they landed was by the pond. They looked at the pond seriously. The pond was green and emitted a faint cold air. This Tianyu Peak was at least 2,000 meters tall, and this pool was also nearly 2,000 meters above the ground. However, the water in this pool was still alive, which was strange to him. However, he didn't pay much attention to this pond when he found it last time. He was just curious. Just a moment ago, his state of mind had sublimated, and his divine sense and sword intent had fused. He had actually felt an astonishing sword intent flickering. If he hadn't cultivated the sword essence, he wouldn't have been able to discover the existence of this sword essence. And this sword intent was emitted from the pool. He was not a fool. If there was no treasure in the pool, there would definitely not be sword intent. His sword intent could sense the existence of all swords. As long as it was a sword, no matter what level it was, he could sense it within a certain range. Meng Meng, wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look. Li Lingtian gave Tang Zimeng some instructions before he shifted his gaze to the pool. Yes. Tang Zimeng nodded. Li Lingtian always had his reasons for doing things. Naturally, there was no danger in this place since it was Tianyu Peak. However, when she saw Li Lingtian's actions, her face flushed red. Whoosh! 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 Li Lingtian had taken off her clothes right in front of her, leaving her with only a pair of shorts. How could she not feel embarrassed when a man took off his clothes in front of her? Even though Li Lingtian was her fiancé, it was her first time doing something like this. Big Brother Ling Tian, you. Tang Zimeng called out softly, not daring to look up at Li Lingtian. I want to go down. Help me hold my clothes. Li Lingtian was stunned, but he immediately understood that there was a peerless beauty beside him. However, he was used to it since he would always take off his clothes when he swam. Tang Zimeng was his fiancé, so he did not pay much attention to this. Now that he thought about it, it was a little abrupt. In a flash, he had already entered the pool. A ripple appeared in the pool and Li Lingtian was nowhere to be seen. When Tang Zimeng saw Li Lingtian's disappearance, she hugged Li Lingtian's clothes in her arms. She was still extremely shy when she thought of Brother Lingtian's earlier appearance. Fuck, I'm the one who's cold. As soon as Li Lingtian entered the pool, he felt as if he had entered an ice cellar and forgot to warm up. However, his instinctive defense was used. The true dragon body barrier protected his entire body and his body quickly sank down. The water in the pond was green. He found a problem. The pond was 5 meters wide and 10 meters long. The pool looked as if it had been carved out by a knife, and the stone walls were as smooth as mirrors. After sinking for 3,000 meters, the oppressive force in the pool had already pushed Li Lingtian's warrior king cultivation to the maximum. Finally, they landed on the ground. Under the pool was a huge array altar that emitted dense sword intent. Defend. Sword intent. This sword intent did not belong to him. He did not dare to be careless. He could only display his own defense and walk forward step by step. Boom! A shocking sword intent came crashing down on him. Li Lingtian shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The expression on his face changed as he felt the mysterious and terrifying sword intense pressure. At the edge of the array altar under the pond, a light shield suddenly appeared. A shocking sword intent erupted from the light shield, and the sword intent destroyed the mind. In Li Lingtian's line of sight, there was a 3-foot-long sword within the light shield. The sword was crystal clear, as transparent as glass from his previous life. The sword was 2 inches wide with a slit in the middle. On the hilt was a diamond-shaped crystal. The sword was suspended in the light shield as it spun. Streaks of white light were emitted from the sword. With the light shield enveloping the sword, Li Lingtian did not know what the white light was or what its power was. What a good sword. This pool was created for this sword. The pool concealed and suppressed the sword intent, and it took so much effort. One can imagine how important this sword is. Li Lingtian looked at the long sword before him. His desire for the sword had already been ignited in his heart as if he had seen his beloved treasure. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation. Even when he saw the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he did not have such a feeling. Perhaps it was because he had a natural fondness for swords after cultivating sword essence. Divine sense? No, that will blast me into an idiot. Break the formation? No, unless I'm an idiot. Looking at the long sword in the light shield, Li Lingtian's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to retrieve the long sword. However, he did not dare to test it out even though he had thought of many methods. His cultivation had reached the martial king realm, so he was definitely not a rookie. Even a martial emperor might not be as meticulous as him. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to rashly use this long sword. Sword intent. Li Lingtian had a flash of inspiration. He was attracted by the sword intent. Since his divine consciousness and the array formation were not working, he might as well try the sword intent. With that, he activated his divine sense, and his aura suddenly changed. A sword intent appeared in the pool, and he was like a sharp sword. The water in the pond started to twist, and the sword will spread out and quickly rushed towards the light shield. Cece. When the sword intent came into contact with the light shield, it produced a sizzling sound. Li Lingtian was stunned. Because the shocking sword intent on the light shield was rapidly surging towards him. The shocking sword intent was many times stronger than the one he had cultivated. The light shield gradually weakened and the long sword trembled. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! His mind was in a state of shock. The long sword trembled, and the light shield disappeared completely. The white light emitted by the long sword illuminated the entire pool, and the entire pool was white. Tianyu sword. Li Lingtian's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that this long sword was the legendary sky sword. The sword intent of the Tianyu sword quickly entered his body. He could only use his own sword intent to slowly devour the other party's sword intent and fuse them together. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, and the true dragon body barrier protected his body. His powerful divine sense resisted the corrosion of the sword intent. What shocked him was that the blood he had just spat out was absorbed by the Tianyu sword, as if it had gained life. Seeing this situation, he hardened his heart and sacrificed a drop of blood essence, quickly pressing it towards the Tianyu sword. Since the sword intent was eroding him, why not subdue it? At least the Tianyu sword would not destroy him. Chi. After the Tianyu sword obtained the blood essence, blood vessels appeared on the crystal-clear sword body, just like a person's meridians. In the end, they disappeared and returned to their previous appearance. The entire process only took a few seconds. Just as the blood essence was being absorbed, Li Lingtian's divine consciousness was connected to the Tianyu sword as if it was a living being. Boom! The cosmic sword emitted an astonishing radiance. With a loud boom, the pool water surged into the sky as the cosmic sword shot out. When Li Lingtian saw this, he shot out as well and quickly gave chase. Tang Zimeng was still feeling shy. She did not expect brother Ling Tian to take off his clothes in front of her. It was so embarrassing. At this moment, the calm water in the pond rose into the sky, and a white shadow shot out. Immediately, a destructive sword intent was emitted, and she was thrown out. The water of the pond rose to a height of 1,000 meters. Countless Sky Cloud sex warriors saw this scene and were shocked. Announce AV Group 6072429992. Chapter 146. Something happened to Tang Qingyue. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. The birth of the Tianyu sword has shaken the world. In Sky Cloud Sec's forbidden grounds, a middle-aged man looked at the situation at Sky Cloud Peak with excitement. No one had been able to take out the Sky Cloud sword for tens of thousands of years in Sky Cloud sect. He didn't expect someone to really take it out. Heaven-destroying sword formation. I didn't expect you to really cultivate sword intent. But this is only the beginning. One hope you'll be careful. In the library, the seemingly ordinary old man said indifferently, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. The Tianyu sword soared into the sky while Li Lingtian followed closely behind. He grabbed it with one hand and unleashed his divine consciousness to control the Tianyu sword. When they finally landed, the pond water returned to the pond, and the sword essence of Tianyu Peak burst out. Li Lingtian did not care about the fact that he was not wearing any clothes. He quickly absorbed the sword intent and it took half an hour for Tianyu Peak to regain its peace. Big brother Ling Tian. At that moment, Tang Zimeng ran over and looked at Li Lingtian with concern. She had completely forgotten that Li Lingtian was naked. I'm fine. I didn't expect that the Tianyu sword would actually be in my Tianyu Peak. Li Lingtian wiped it with one hand and the aura on it vanished. A spell seal was cast to temporarily seal the sword's consciousness and aura of the Tianyu sword. When he saw Tang Zimeng's appearance with one hand, his eyes widened. Tang Zimeng was drenched from head to toe. She had been drenched by the pool water just now. Her delicate body and ample breasts were almost ready to burst out. She thought to herself, this little girl is only 16 years old. How did she develop so well? You're still looking? It's all because of you. Meng Meng is big brother Ling Tian's woman. Look. Tang Zimeng felt extremely shy when she saw Li Lingtian's gaze. She was drenched from head to toe, revealing her exquisite body and full chest to Li Lingtian. However, when she thought about how she was big brother Ling Tian's fiancée, and how she liked big brother Ling Tian, it didn't matter if she looked at him. She was already his, so why would she care about looking at him? Furthermore, she still had clothes on her. After saying that, she pouted her rosy lips and puffed out her chest. Instantly, Li Lingtian's blood boiled as he felt the urge to execute this little girl on the spot. However, when she thought of the current situation, she quickly took out a set of clothes from the divine dragon ring and put them on. Tang Zimeng's clothes were also drenched. Big brother Ling Tian, turn around. Tang Zimeng noticed that Li Lingtian had changed his clothes and her own clothes were drenched. If she returned like this, she would definitely be laughed at by Qingping and Xiao Xiao. With that said, she cast a restriction in a hidden spot and instructed Li Lingtian to turn around. She wanted to change her clothes. Although she liked Li Lingtian and considered herself his wife, she was still a 16-year-old girl. Li Lingtian smiled as he turned around. With a wave of his hand, a restriction spell enveloped Tang Zimeng and she disappeared from sight. He did not want others to see Tang Zimeng's beautiful body. After casting such a restriction, even a martial emperor would not be able to see it. A moment later, Tang Zimeng walked out of the restriction and changed into a beautiful set of light purple clothes. Coupled with her fair skin and pure temperament, she looked like a goddess from the 9 heavens. 2. Let's go back quickly. Otherwise, the 2 little girls will be worried again. Li Lingtian said when he saw Tang Zimeng getting dressed. The 2 of them had been here for more than half an hour and they must have known about the commotion. Yes. Tang Zimeng nodded obediently before she went forward to hold Li Lingtian's arm. The 2 of them headed toward the Tianyu Pavilion. When they returned to Tianyu Pavilion, the 2 little girls were indeed waiting at the entrance worriedly. They were overjoyed to see Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng return. Under the 2 little girls' questioning, the meal passed happily. After dinner, Li Lingtian chatted with Tang Zimeng for a while before returning to his room. He did not expect to obtain the Tianyu sword and he had to subdue it now. At the very least, the weapon had to recognize its master. If it could not be used, it would take its time. The Sky Sword, one of the legendary 5 great saint weapons of the divine martial continent. The fusion of the 5 saint weapons is enough to destroy the world. However, the 5 saint weapons are scattered in the divine martial continent and no one has ever obtained them. Any one of them is a supreme saint weapon. One never thought that the Tianyu sword would actually be in my Tianyu peak. I wonder what kind of power it will have after the 5 saint weapons fuse together. Li Lingtian looked at the Tianyu sword. He knew quite a bit about ancient secrets or he would not be so shocked. Although it was only a saint weapon, which was 1 level lower than his celestial extreme tyrant saber and roaring dragon combat halberd, after the 5 saint weapons were combined, it would become an ancient divine weapon. The people of Sky Cloud's sect should have known that the Sky Cloud sword was on Sky Cloud Peak, but no one could take it away. I didn't expect it to be mine. Li Lingtian felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Becoming the Sky Pavilion Master was just an identity. Their true goal was to see if he had the chance to obtain the Sky Sword. Li Lingtian only needed to organize his thoughts for a moment to understand these things. Sacrifice. A trace of blood essence was released once again. One spell after another was cast on the Tianyu sword, and the Tianyu sword began to spin rapidly. If he wanted to use the Tianyu sword, he had to refine it. In the past, he could not fully use a divine weapon at the martial spirit realm. However, he was now at the martial king realm and only needed to refine a divine weapon. This made it much easier for him. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the Tianyu sword turned into sword will and disappeared from Li Lingtian's hand. Finally, it disappeared completely and entered Li Lingtian's dantian. Inside his dantian, he could see a miniature universe sword that was about 1 inch in size spinning continuously. Beside it was the roaring dragon battle halberd. In the dantian, the treasure could be nourished by true qi and could also fuse with its master more tacitly. It's impossible for a martial king realm martial artist to wield the power of a saint weapon. But now, I can bring out the power of the universe sword to the effect of a supreme grade emperor weapon. In addition to the sword howl, hee. Li Lingtian stood up. The thought of his refinement of the Tianyu sword coupled with the sword howl of the heavens and earth made him feel afraid. The ice, fire, 9 heavens were tyrannical and destructive. He did not dare to use them easily. Now that he had the sword howl of the heavens and earth, he would have the strength to fight a martial arts grandmaster or martial emperor again. Li Lingtian's group of 4 cultivated freely in the Tianyu pavilion, ignoring the outside world. 3 months had passed. In just 3 months, Li Lingtian's cultivation had reached the peak of Tier 4 Warrior King. Tang Zimeng's cultivation had also reached Tier 1 Warrior King, while Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping were Tier 5 warrior spirits. Li Lingtian had also gained complete control of the first stage of Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. His various skills had reached their limits. His strength had increased greatly, and his mood had improved greatly. He could also refine peerless quality grade 3 medicinal pills. It was not a good day for Li Lingtian and the other three. Li Lingtian and the other three were chatting in the courtyard when a voice transmission talisman appeared before Li Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian, Miss Purple Dream, something happened to Mississippi Blue Moon. The voice transmission talisman turned into ashes and a voice was heard. Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng were familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the servant from Tang Qingyue's Rhyme Tea House. With a wave of his hand, the restriction was opened, and a young girl flew over. Young Master Lingtian, Miss Purple Dream, Miss Blue Moon has been taken away by Wuqian. Lu Min's tears immediately flowed out when she saw Li Lingtian and the others. She looked extremely anxious. Speak slowly. Don't be anxious. What happened? Li Lingtian was anxious as well, but he could not afford to scare the young lady since she was only a warrior. When Wuqian found out that Miss Blue Moon had given her own blood to young Master Lingtian, he was furious and forcefully took Miss Blue Moon away, saying that she was going back to the Azure Continent. Miss gave this to me 2 days ago and said that if anything happened to her, she would give this to Miss Purple Dream. Lu Min handed a jade slip to Li Lingtian. Although this jade slip was for Tang Zimeng, she understood that Tang Zimeng was Li Lingtian's fiancé and it was more suitable for Li Lingtian. Wuqian Zhenren, Zhangzhou, Dishi Lingfeng. Li Lingtian received the jade slip and sent his divine consciousness into it. His expression changed drastically before he handed the jade slip to Tang Zimeng. When Tang Zimeng saw the information in the jade slip, tears rolled down her face. Li Lingtian now understood that Tang Qingyue was the fiancé of the eldest young master of the Dishi family in the Tsang continent, while Dishi Lingfeng was already a 7th-level martial emperor. 16 years ago, Dishi Lingfeng had discovered Tang Qingyue's own body. Tang Qingyue became Dishi Lingfeng's fiancé, a super martial emperor. No one could resist her, and the Tang family had no choice but to agree. Tang Qingyue had been cultivating in Sky Cloud Sect. In this way, she could use Sky Cloud Sect's power to control Dishi family. Although Sky Cloud Sect and Dishi family were not on the same level, Sky Cloud Sect could use the Iron Law to suppress Dishi family. All these years, the Dishi family didn't take Tang Qingyue away, but let a super powerful warrior watch over her. Dishi Lingfeng wanted to get the blood of Extreme Yin when he was a level 9 martial emperor and break through to the martial honored realm. This was also the reason why the Dishi family did not take Tang Qingyue away. However, in order to save Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue had given him her only drop of ultimate Yin blood. When Wuqian found out about it, he forcefully took Tang Qingyue back to the Azure Continent. One only hope that Meng Meng will be happy. Take good care of Meng Meng. Don't interfere in my matters. I'll give you that drop of Yin blood. I don't regret it. The last sentence in the jade slip made Li Lingtian's heart ache. Last time at Yun Ming restaurant, Tang Qingyue had forced him to flee in embarrassment. He had thought that something was wrong with Tang Qingyue, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. The Azure Continent was a powerful existence, many times more powerful than the Eastern Spirit Azure Continent. Even the entire Azure Continent couldn't compete with the Dishi family of the Azure Continent. Miss knew what was going to happen after she returned to Sky Cloud Sect, so she gave me this jade slip to keep. Lu Min looked at Li Lingtian and the rest's expressions before she spoke softly. It turned out that Tang Qingyue had already known that this day would come, which was why she had given the jade slip to Lu Min. Chapter 147, The Thunderclap City. Come, let's head to the Azure Continent. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. Tang Qingyue was willing to offend the Dishi family in order to give him the ultimate Yin blood. He understood that Tang Qingyue was a virgin. If it was just for Tang Zimeng, she would definitely not do this. She did not regret it. Even a fool would understand what she meant. She could offend the Dishi family for him without any regrets. She had lived 2 lives, so she had nothing to be afraid of. The Dishi family was powerful, and she had to face it too. Young Master Ling Tian, Miss said that the Dishi family won't dare to touch her for the time being. If you go like this, you won't stand a chance. Lu Min thought about it for a while. She remembered Tang Qingyue talking to herself once. Although she didn't understand it at that time, now that something like this had happened, she naturally understood. Misfortunes never come alone. Just as the few of them were deep in thought, another voice transmission talisman came to the Tianyu Pavilion. Sky Dragon Empire's Nangong Lin greets the Sky Pavilion Master. 700,000 troops of Marquis Pingbei are trapped in the Thunderclap City. We hope that Pavilion Master Tianyu can provide assistance. Li Lingtian looked at the voice transmission talisman in front of him. With a sweep of his divine perception, he tapped a drop of blood essence. This voice transmission talisman was an encrypted voice transmission talisman. It could only be activated by receiving the blood essence of the voice transmission talisman. Otherwise, this voice transmission talisman would automatically be destroyed. Upon receiving the news, Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. How did these 2 things come together? One was the love of a beautiful woman, and the other was his father being surrounded. How could such things happen together? The Thunderclap City was originally garrisoned with hundreds of thousands of troops. This time, the Marquis of Pingbei had even brought a large army with him. How could they be surrounded? Marquis Pingbei's strength was not weak. He used his troops like a god and had never been defeated. Even a fool would understand that Jing Lei's accident this time was definitely caused by martial artists joining the battle. Anyone who dares to touch my family, even if you're a god, I'll send you to the 18th level of hell. Li Lingtian said coldly. He tossed a pill into his mouth to calm his mind and began to think calmly. Tang Zimeng took out a silk handkerchief to wipe away the blood on Li Lingtian's lips. At this moment, she could only rely on Li Lingtian. Xiao Xiao and Qing Ping will stay in Sky Peak. Meng Meng and I will go to Sky Dragon City now. Li Lingtian's mind spun rapidly as he sorted out the situation. In the end, he said seriously that it was impossible for him to head to the Azure Continent with his current strength. He had to go to Sky Dragon City to understand the situation and resolve the matter in Thunderclap City. When the war began, millions of soldiers would fight each other. Li Suifeng was only a 9th-level martial king. He would not be able to resist such a large army, let alone the enemy's super experts. Don't worry, young master. Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping both respectfully agreed. They understood that with their cultivation, they would only be a burden to their young master, let alone help him. Li Lingtian gave some pills and spiritual stones to the 2 of them so that Lu Min could cultivate at Tianyu Peak. These spirit stones and medicinal pills were enough for them to cultivate to the Martial King realm. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian left Tianyu Peak on the Heavenly Cloud spaceship and headed straight for Sky Dragon City. The Sky Cloud flying ship flew at full speed, and it only took half a day to reach Sky Dragon City from Sky Cloud Sect. On the spaceship, Tang Zimeng's mood was slightly better because her sister would not be in any danger for the time being. As long as brother Ling Tian was around, she did not have to worry about these things. Big brother Ling Tian, do you like my big sister? Tang Zimeng leaned into Li Lingtian's arms and looked up at him with a serious expression. What are you thinking, little girl? Li Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect the little girl to say something like that. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Qingyue was indeed a peerless beauty in the world. She and Tang Zimeng had their own merits, but he did not have such thoughts in his heart at all. However, Tang Zimeng's question reminded him of Tang Qingyue. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. No one would not be tempted by such a beauty. Even a eunuch would be tempted by such a beauty. In fact, my sister has never agreed to this marriage, but Dishi family is too powerful. If she doesn't agree, our Tang family will disappear. During this period of time, I've noticed that although sister is very fierce towards you, Meng Meng knows that sister has feelings for you. Actually, Meng Meng doesn't want big sister to marry into the Azure continent. She wants to be with big sister forever, with big brother Ling Tian forever, with the three of us together. Tang Zimeng said softly as her beautiful eyes were fixed on Li Lingtian. In the divine martial continent, where the strong were respected, having 3 wives and 4 concubines was a common occurrence. Let's settle these 2 matters first. Sister Qingyue, we grew up together. One don't want her to suffer. Li Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the little girl to think that way. Who did not like beautiful women? However, he did not want to be a playboy. He didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Tang Qingyue. Was it gratitude or something else? He couldn't explain it clearly. The 2 of them were deep in thought on the flying ship. The flying ship flew at high speed, and Sky Dragon City was in sight. Li Lingtian from the North Marquis residence has something important to discuss with the Emperor. Kill him without mercy. Li Lingtian's voice rang out in the distance. His voice traveled to Sky Dragon City and countless warriors heard it. The patrolling members at the city gate were also shocked. They did not dare to stop the huge flying ship in the sky. The flying ship directly entered Sky Dragon City from the sky and arrived above the Imperial Palace in the blink of an eye. Countless martial artists in Sky Dragon Great City were shocked and they saw the huge spaceship flying in the sky. This was the first time a spaceship flew directly above Sky Dragon Great City. The spaceship landed in front of the palace. Li Lingtian pulled Tang Zimeng down from the spaceship and with a wave of his hand, the spaceship was put away and they headed straight for the palace's main entrance. Greetings, young noble Ling Tian. Countless guards greeted Li Lingtian respectfully upon his arrival without any obstruction. After entering the palace, he arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Palace. There were already countless generals discussing in the palace. Li Lingtian has something to discuss. Li Lingtian shouted from the front of the hall before he walked in. He knew that it was about the matter in Thunderclap City when he saw the grave expressions on the faces of the numerous generals. Please sit. Nangong Haoming's expression was calm when he saw Li Lingtian enter. He was no longer bothered by Li Lingtian's casual attitude. Someone like him would not care about such formalities. The reason why the Thunderclap City was besieged by the Tianjin Empire was mainly because of the participation of countless experts from the Tianjin Empire. One don't know why, but the Thunderclap City was only besieged and not attacked. There are 1.8 million troops from both sides of the Thunderclap City. With the power of the Tiger Legion of Tianjin Empire, our army will definitely not be able to defeat them in a great battle. One of the generals spoke up and told him about the situation in the Thunderclap City. Li Lingtian listened from the side. He only needed to know the truth of the matter. As long as the news was true that Thunderclap City was besieged, he would head to Thunderclap City. He didn't care about anything else. At the very least, his father couldn't be harmed. Your Majesty, you can discuss the matters of the Thunderclap City. One will take my leave first. Li Lingtian stood up and excused himself after listening for a while. Although no one present heard that Li Lingtian was heading to Thunderclap City, those who understood him knew that Li Lingtian was only here to confirm the authenticity of the news. Li Lingtian brought Tang Zimeng around Pingbei Marquis residence and the Tang family. After understanding some things, he flew toward Thunderclap City with Tang Zimeng. Thunderclap City. Sky Dragon Empire's military stronghold was easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, it was actually surrounded by Tianjin Empire this time. The people of Sky Dragon Empire couldn't see through this matter. Since they had taken down Thunderclap City, they should send their troops down and attack the other cities of Sky Dragon Empire. Now that the Tianjin Empire's army had surrounded the Jing Thunder City without making a move, there must be something going on. Moreover, this matter was related to the Jing Thunder City. Sky Dragon City was 30,000 miles away from Thunderclap City. However, compared to the speed of the Heavenly Cloud spaceship, it was only a day's journey. Li Lingtian stowed away the spaceship when they arrived thousands of miles away from Thunderclap City. He then landed with Tang Zimeng and extended his divine consciousness to survey the surroundings. In Thunderclap City, Sky Dragon Empire had 700,000 troops, while Tianjin Empire had 1,000,000 troops. Sky Dragon Empire's army was trapped in Thunderclap City. It was impossible for them to enter. What made Li Lingtian feel uneasy was that there were still 300,000 troops stationed at Thunderclap Peak near Thunderclap City. Even if he didn't know how to use the army, he knew that such a garrison was against the rules of the art of war. No one would give up on the plains to defend the mountain peak. The Thunderclap City was surrounded, and they did not care about what was happening in the Thunderclap Peak. Now, they actually sent 300,000 troops to defend the Thunderclap Peak. It appeared to be a response to the Sky Dragon Empire's reinforcements, but in Li Lingtian's eyes, it was undoubtedly a futile attempt. A diversion? Could it be that Tianjin Empire's target is not Sky Dragon Empire's Thunderclap City, but this Thunderclap Peak? Li Lingtian was shocked when he thought of this. What could make Tianjin Empire mobilize millions of troops to deal with Thunderclap City? Meng Meng, hide here. 1 foot 11 inches, go take a look. Li Lingtian whispered to Tang Zimeng before he handed Little White to her. With Little White's defense and strength, he could escape even if he were to face a martial emperor. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and flew into the distance. He came to a hidden place and looked at the countless soldiers. A sense of shock rose in his heart. This was the first time he had seen an army of hundreds of thousands. How could he not be shocked? Tisk. With a flash of his body, he found an opportunity. A warrior soldier fell to the ground, grabbed with one hand, and disappeared. When he reappeared, Li Lingtian had transformed into a soldier from Tianjin Empire. With this armor, he could enter the Thunderclap Peak. The 300,000-strong army surrounded the Thunderclap Peak, but there was not a single soldier in the Thunderclap Peak. Rumble. A loud explosion was heard at Thunderclap Peak. Shocked, Li Lingtian's body flashed as he sprinted toward the depths of the mountain. Marshal Uncle Lu, the array formation can only last for half an hour. If it's half an hour later, the array formation will automatically recover. At the bottom of a precipice in the depths of the Thunderclap Peak, more than 10 warriors were surrounding an array altar, waving their hands continuously. The array altar trembled rapidly, and electric arcs flashed in the sky, like the prelude to a storm. Chapter 148, Scheming Against a Martial Emperor. Alright, you guys stay here. 1 foot 11 inches bring the Thunderclap wings out in half an hour. Lu Yunfei looked at the trembling array altar and revealed an excited expression. His entire body emitted a powerful aura. Let me in. An old man said coldly when he saw Lu Yunfei entering the array altar. Qin Ming, one was the one who discovered this treasure first. You're only responsible for diverting Sky Dragon Empire's attention. Besides, this treasure is needed by His Majesty. Neither of us are qualified to have the Thunderclap wings. Lu Yunfei saw that Qin Ming wanted to take the credit and was instantly unhappy. His face revealed a vicious expression. I'm just trying to divert Sky Dragon Empire's attention. But if it weren't for my million-strong army, do you think you would still be here? If those old guys from Sky Dragon Empire knew about this, Tianjin Empire wouldn't even be able to touch this treasure. Qin Ming coldly spoke. He had no intention of backing down. The dozen or so formation masters at the edge of the formation altar all revealed bitter expressions. If they continued to argue like this, they could forget about obtaining the treasures inside. Martial Emperor. 2 third-level Martial Emperors. Fuck, they actually caused a confrontation between the two armies over a treasure. Li Lingtian, who was hiding in the distance, finally understood what was going on. Tianjin Empire had discovered the Thunderclap wings on Thunderclap Peak and had not hesitated to surround Thunderclap City with an army to seize the treasure. Indeed, If an expert entered Sky Dragon Empire and activated the array to seize the treasures, the 4 sects and the 10 families would definitely not stand by and watch. With the presence of the army, the attention of the 4 sects and the 10 families would be diverted. No one would know that the experts of Tianjin Empire were here to steal the treasures. He actually came to Sky Dragon Empire to look for treasures. Damn it. When Li Lingtian saw 2 martial emperors competing for the treasure in his Sky Dragon Empire, he was displeased even though he did not know how powerful the thunderclap wings were. In his previous life, his country had been invaded by foreign powers, and his citizens had suffered a fiery life. They killed his citizens and robbed his national treasures. In his heart, he hated traitors and the enemy's fierce gazes the most. In his previous life, he had been hot-blooded, but there was nothing he could do. Now, this was a world where the strong were respected. He would definitely not watch his empire be violated and humiliated. Qin Ming, this is Sky Dragon Empire. After I go in and find the thunderclap wings, the credit will be ours. How about it? Lu Yunfei also understood that if this continued, the array would be closed, and their efforts would be in vain. Instead, they would benefit Sky Dragon Empire. Let's go in together. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. In any case, there were 300,000 soldiers guarding this place. No one would come here at all. Even if Sky Dragon Empire's army came to help, they would not be able to take it down in a short period of time. Alright, that's it. Lu Yunfei thought for a moment. Both of them were third-level martial emperors. It was impossible for the other party to give up. Then, the two of them came to the edge of the array altar and looked at it carefully. This formation only lasts for half an hour. Guard the formation well. Qin Ming glanced at the 14 martial arts sect disciples. The 14 martial arts sect disciples did not have the slightest fear even when facing this million-strong army. This was because martial arts grandmasters were forbidden from joining the army's war. A war between martial arts grandmasters would easily destroy the world. How could ordinary armies withstand such destruction? This was also the ironclad rule of the 4 great empires of Eastern Spirit Azure continent. No country dared to violate this rule. Martial arts grandmasters were equivalent to nuclear weapons. Every country had martial arts grandmasters, so naturally, they would not easily violate the rules. The dozen or so martial arts grandmasters could only hide in the army. Even during the Great War of the Empire, martial arts grandmasters would only secretly kill the higher-ups of the other party's military. Yes, disciple. The 14 martial arts grandmasters said respectfully. They cursed in their hearts. If they delayed any longer, this array would be closed. Swoosh. The array altar exploded, and a ball of blue light appeared. The light was like electric arcs that appeared in the air from time to time. Qin Ming and Lu Yunfei disappeared. They had already entered the array altar. They should be below the thunderclap peak. Li Lingtian watched as the 2 martial emperors entered the array. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Step by step, he walked towards the array altar. He calculated in his heart that he had to suppress all these martial arts grandmasters in one strike to avoid alerting the army outside. Who let you in? Why aren't you getting lost? A martial arts grandmaster powerhouse shouted at Li Lingtian when he saw him. He thought that Li Lingtian was a soldier from Tianjin Empire since he was dressed in the same uniform. You're courting death. Li Lingtian's face was icy cold. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the space around him trembled. Boom! A shocking demonic power burst out, and the pressure of the demonic power directly suppressed more than 10 martial arts grandmasters, making them unable to move at all. Silver-winged flying dragon. This is Senior Uncle Beichen's mount. You're young Master Li Lingtian. Why are you here? How is that possible? How did you know about this place? A dozen martial arts grandmaster powerhouses revealed terrified expressions. They used their true essence to resist the pressure of the silver-winged flying dragon, but no matter how they used their true essence, they could not move at all. Some time ago, the news of Sky Dragon Empire's young master Ling Tian killing Beichen Wuyo had spread throughout Tianjin Empire. Ling Tian had become the first target to be killed in Tianjin Empire. The silver-winged flying dragon belonged to Beichen Wuyo. After Beichen Wuyo's death, the silver-winged flying dragon was obtained by Ling Tian. Now that he had seen the silver-winged flying dragon, he naturally recognized Ling Tian. Killed. Ling Tian said coldly. He had no interest in these martial arts grandmasters. He made a killing gesture with one hand as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Roar. With a deep roar, the silver-winged flying dragon's martial emperor level pressure pressed down fiercely. Its huge body turned into a shadow and swept towards the dozen martial arts grandmasters. Rumble. 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 Level 5, Level 4, was equivalent to a Level 4 martial emperor. It was a whole realm higher than these martial arts grandmasters. Naturally, it was like killing ants. In the blink of an eye, the 14 martial arts grandmasters were beaten into nothingness. Ling Tian watched as more than a dozen martial arts grandmasters died. His body flashed as he collected the fallen martial arts grandmasters' storage pouches with a strange smile on his face. Wait a minute. If one of them comes out, no matter who it is, kill him immediately. Ling Tian looked at the array altar as he spoke to the silver-winged flying dragon beside him. At the same time, he activated his divine consciousness and summoned the jade-eyed beast and multicolored beast. The three demonic beasts and Ling Tian surrounded the array altar as they paid close attention to it. After giving his instructions, he raised his mental strength to the peak and used ice, fire, death, the first layer of the 9 heavens. In his hands, a ball of flames and a glacier formed. As long as someone came out, he would attack with all his strength. With the power of his ice, fire, 9 heavens and the strength of the 3 demonic beasts, even a third-level martial emperor would lose half his life if he did not die. Seconds ticked by. The sky outside was calm and there was not a single movement. Ling Tian's entire body had entered a state of clarity and his attacks were at their peak. The 3 demonic beasts also withdrew their pressure, but they made a killing stance. Boom! The array altar trembled, and the blue light trembled. Electric arcs flashed in the sky, and at the same time, the blue light of the array altar erupted with all kinds of electric arcs. A figure appeared on the array altar. However, Ling Tian could not believe his eyes when he saw the figure. Qin Ming looked like he had been struck by lightning. His hair was upside down and his clothes were torn. He looked like a beggar. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, death, roar, roar, roar. In his shock, he didn't forget to attack. The 9 heavens of ice and fire that he had prepared for a long time ruthlessly blasted out. A beam of light directly blasted onto Qin Ming's body on the array altar. All that I'm not willing to accept this. With a miserable cry, 4 destructive attacks landed on his body. Qin Ming also noticed the arrival of the attacks, but when he saw the power of the 4 attacks, despair appeared in his heart. He didn't have the chance to retaliate and was blasted into pieces in the blink of an eye. Originally, he had already exhausted his true essence by subduing the thunderclap wings below and was even struck by lightning. As soon as he came out, he was killed by the other party's attack without any reaction. The earth-shattering explosion and screams shook the 300,000-strong army. An electric arc shot into the sky from the thunderclap peak. Ling Tian had used up most of his true qi when he unleashed ice, fire, 9 heavens. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he took out a jade bottle and put a drop of the 1,000-year stalactite milk into his mouth. He had recovered more than half of his jinqi, so he didn't dare to use the heaven-defying pill now. He grabbed a storage bag with one hand and put it into the divine dragon ring without hesitation. At this moment, another figure shot out and floated in the air in fear. Looking at the 3 demonic beasts and Ling Tian in front of the array altar, he was shocked to find Qin Mingi had been beaten into nothingness. Silver-winged flying dragon. Ling Tian, you're fucking courting death. How dare you plot against us? Hand over your storage pouch and one will spare your life. Lu Yunfei looked at the situation below and the riot of the 300,000 troops. This kind of commotion shook the million troops. Furthermore, the thunderclap wings that he had just obtained had fallen into Li Lingtian's hands. How could he not be furious? Both Sky Dragon Empire and Tianjin Empire knew that they could recognize Li Lingtian when they saw the silver-winged flying dragon. Fuck you, are you stupid or are you in a daze? Looking for treasures in my Sky Dragon Empire? Aren't you courting death? Now that the thunderclap wings are in my hands, do you still want to go back? Today, you'll stay in Sky Dragon Empire forever. Li Lingtian laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, the multicolored beast was recalled. In a flash, he was on top of the silver-winged flying dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon soared into the sky and flew toward Lu Yunfei. The jade-eyed beast also quickly shot out. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Li Lingtian extended his hand and the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd appeared in his hand. With a swing of the halberd, he looked like a god of war descending as the silver-winged flying dragon swiftly flew toward Lu Yunfei. Chapter 149, Emperor's Mountain and River Painting. Dragon Chi burst out, and the roaring dragon battle halberd tore through the space. A destructive attack smashed toward Lu Yunfei. Sky drop fist. Rumble. Lu Yunfei was shocked when he saw the silver-winged flying dragon and Li Lingtian arrive. He was well aware of the silver-winged flying dragon's strength. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to defeat it. Now that his true essence was depleted, it was impossible for him to defeat the silver-winged flying dragon. Furthermore, there was the terrifying Li Lingtian. With such a combination, he had no chance of winning. However, he was unwilling to accept the fact that the thunderclap wings were in Li Lingtian's hands. He had spent half a month to obtain the thunderclap wings, which he had spent so much effort to obtain, just like that. As the punch struck out, the space trembled and instantly shattered. Endless astral winds wreaked havoc in the air. Lu Yunfei's face was filled with fear when the two attacks collided. He did not believe the legend that Li Lingtian had killed Beichen Wuyo. Now that he had struck, he understood that even if Li Lingtian could not kill Beichen Wuyo, who was a martial emperor, his strength was not something a martial grandmaster could compare to. He couldn't help but retreat 1,000 meters before stabilizing himself. He revealed a hesitant expression. The riot in the sky was noticed by the hundreds of thousands of Tianjin Empire's army. They were all shocked and they saw the silver-winged flying dragon and Lu Yunfei in the sky. Even the distant thunderclap city could feel the space trembling. Countless soldiers looked up at the sky, their faces filled with worship and shock. It won't be so easy to leave. Let's go. Li Lingtian shouted softly. His voice was like a dragon's roar as the silver-winged flying dragon he was riding shot forward. In an instant, Lu Yunfei was flying in the sky while the silver-winged flying dragon and jade-eye beast were in hot pursuit. Li Lingtian, who was on the back of the silver-winged flying dragon, unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Even if he could not kill Lu Yunfei, he could at least make the latter consume his true essence and stop to block. This way, the distance between the two was maintained at 100 meters. Rumble. Rumble. Explosions continued in the air, and the space trembled. Look, it's a martial arts grandmaster. It's not the aura of a martial grandmaster. It's the aura of a martial emperor. He's really a martial emperor. Could he be a martial emperor from Tianjin Empire? A martial monarch realm expert. A martial monarch realm expert was actually defeated and fled. Who is so powerful? Silver-winged flying dragon. It's a silver-winged flying dragon. It's young noble Ling Tian's silver-winged flying dragon. I know it. It's a silver-winged flying dragon. Young noble Ling Tian killed Beichen speechless and obtained this silver-winged flying dragon, the jade-eyed beast behind him. Young master Ling Tian has arrived. I didn't expect young Master Ling Tian to defeat a martial monarch powerhouse. Young Noble Ling Tian, Young Noble Ling Tian, Young Noble Ling Tian, Young Noble Ling Tian. The Sky Dragon Empire's army in the Thunderclap City was shocked and they saw the battle in the sky. Many soldiers recognized that the powerhouse in the air was a martial monarch powerhouse, and the person behind him was young Master Ling Tian. In an instant, the morale of Sky Dragon Empire soared. The soldiers of Tianjin Empire were stunned when they saw their own martial emperor being chased. Rumble. A shocking attack landed directly outside the Thunderclap City. Outside was the army of Tianjin Empire. With one attack, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were turned into pieces. All. Screams of agony were heard as Li Lingtian's powerful and destructive attack was something that no one below the martial arts grandmaster realm could withstand, let alone the ordinary soldiers. Li Lingtian, you'll die a horrible death. Li Lingtian, you violated the rules. You attacked the army and violated the iron law of Eastern Spirit Continent. Even a fool would know that Li Lingtian was doing this on purpose after more than 10 consecutive attacks. They did not expect such a powerhouse to attack an ordinary army and cursed out loud. Seeing this situation, Lu Yunfei also started cursing. This bastard was too despicable. Li Lingtian, martial arts grandmaster powerhouses are not allowed to attack ordinary armies. You're violating the iron law of Green Island. Lu Yunfei floated in the air and shouted loudly. His empire's million-strong army was still here. If he escaped, the thunderclap wings would be gone, and the army would all die. He used the iron law to suppress Li Lingtian so that he would not dare to attack the army after he escaped. Fuck, am I a Wuzong? I have to make a move. Unless you commit suicide, I will slaughter your Tianjin Empire's million-strong army and destroy it. As Li Lingtian spoke, he bombarded the ground below. Shocking destructive attacks exploded among the army, causing countless troops to vanish into thin air. Lord Marquis, it's young master that it's young noble Ling Tian. I didn't expect young noble Ling Tian to chase after a martial monarch and beat him up. Look at that martial monarch, he's simply like a beggar. How embarrassing. The Heavenly Dragon army in Thunderclap City was extremely excited when they saw Li Lingtian. Lu Yunfei was furious. Not only did his words fail to stop Li Lingtian, but they had also increased the speed of his attack. When he heard someone say that he looked like a beggar, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was humiliating. The Tianjin Empire's army was dying one after another. They were terrified when they heard Li Lingtian's words. He could only be considered unlucky to have provoked such a person. Li Lingtian, let's have a fair fight. Do you dare? Lu Yunfei was stunned as well. Li Lingtian was at the Martial King realm, so the iron law did not apply to him. If this went on, he would not be able to escape and the million-strong army would all die here. Moreover, if Li Lingtian entered Tianjin Empire, the empire would be in trouble. Do you have any shame? A martial royal realm expert wants to fight a martial king realm expert fairly? Are all the people of Tianjin Empire so shameless? What ability do you have to fight young noble Ling Tian? You really don't know shame. If I were you, I'd kill myself. There was a lot of cursing below. A martial royal realm expert actually wanted to fight a martial king realm expert fair and square. What a joke. The army of Tianjin Empire also felt embarrassed. Every soldier had the same thought in their hearts. Don't say that I know you. It's really embarrassing to know you. Alright, I won't attack them. If you have the ability, then run away. Li Lingtian declared loudly. A fair fight must be fought. There was no such thing as fairness in this world. There was only fists, and the bigger the fist, the more reason it had. Alright, you said it. Lu Yunfei was taken aback as his body shot out. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment. The martial emperor was truly speechless at this point. What was 1,000,000 troops? His life was more important. He could not get the thunderclap wings back. It was more important for him to escape. Now that Li Lingtian had promised in front of everyone that he would not attack the Tianjin Empire's army, he would be the one to lose face if he went back on his word. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Li Lingtian shouted loudly as he slammed his body against the silver-winged flying dragon's body. His entire body shot out like a cannonball. The dragon roar battle halberd in his hand brought with it a destructive power as it smashed fiercely towards Lu Yunfei. Rumble, rumble. In the sky, a huge battle broke out again. Lu Yunfei was also shocked. He did not expect that he did not even have the ability to escape. Roar dragon battle halberd, go to hell. The roaring dragon combat halberd turned into a shooting star and shot toward Lu Yun. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, death. The silver-winged flying dragon and the emerald-eye beast took advantage of the moment, and the roaring dragon combat halberd stopped Lu Yunfei and came to Lu Yunfei's front. They formed a formation and surrounded Lu Yunfei. Li Lingtian had found an opportunity as well. Relying on his powerful strength, he levitated in the air and raised his hands. A glacier and a raging flame appeared. 2 ultimate attacks appeared in the air. Lu Yunfei was utterly shocked. He had heard of Li Lingtian's power, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Li Lingtian clasped his hands together and the space exploded with the aura of destruction and death as a beam of light shot toward him. The Emperor's Mountain and River Diagram. Everything in the world is illusory. Seeing this terrifying light, even if he didn't know its power, with the senses and knowledge of a martial emperor, he knew how terrifying the power of the fusion of ice and fire was. At this moment, he didn't dare to hesitate. With a flick of his divine sense, a mountain and river diagram appeared in front of him. A majestic aura of mountains and rivers burst forth from the space as a shocking pressure pressed down on Li Lingtian. The Emperor's mountain and river diagram emitted a gray and ancient aura. A faint radiance shot toward Li Lingtian's light beam. Heaven and earth trembled non-stop, as if it was the end of the world. Rumble. The world shook and the space shook. Li Lingtian's body was also thrown into the air with a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, Lu Yunfei was also hit hard. The aura on the mountain and river diagram had also weakened. Not bad, not bad. This treasure is not bad, but it's a waste in your hands. Aren't you curious about how this young master could kill Beichen Wuyo and your companion Qin Ming? Now, 1 foot 11 inches show you what true strength is. Li Lingtian looked at Lu Yunfei in the distance. He did not seem to mind Lu Yunfei's escape. On the contrary, he revealed a smile on his face and kept commenting on the Emperor's mountain and river diagram in Lu Yunfei's hand. When he finished speaking, he threw a medicinal pill into his mouth, and his consumed true qi instantly recovered to its peak state. With one hand and one body, a transparent longsword appeared in his hand. Instantly, a shocking pressure erupted. Even Lu Yunfei, who was running away, stopped because he knew that if he ran away, his back would be exposed in front of his opponent. This pressure had already exceeded his imagination. Only a super treasure could have such an aura pressure. The power of an emperor can destroy heaven and earth. He circulated his vital essence to the limit. The aura of a martial monarch. Realm expert appeared in the sky, and endless spiritual qi quickly condensed. They looked at the longsword in Li Lingtian's hand in horror. This longsword was definitely on the same level as the thunderclap wings, or even more powerful and advanced than the thunderclap wings. Forbidden technique, a martial emperor's forbidden technique. Use the heaven-locking formation. Martial monarch realm experts will be punished by the heavens if they cast a forbidden technique. Countless soldiers were shocked and they saw Lu Yunfei casting the forbidden technique. If this forbidden technique were to land, most of the soldiers in the entire Thunderclap city would be wiped out. A martial emperor forbidden technique. What a pity. Beichen Wuyo was killed by me because he used a forbidden technique in Sky Dragon Empire. You can only blame yourself for repeating the same mistake. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Li Lingtian said coldly as a shocking sword will burst forth from his body. Indeed, it was sword will. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. All the martial artists below worshipped him. This was a true expert. Chapter 150, Thunderclap Wings. With a wave of his hand, endless sword intent slashed out with destructive sword light. The Tianyu sword was a super saint weapon. With Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could unleash the power of a supreme emperor weapon. Crash. The sky was silent, but after the Tianyu sword was slashed out, the world seemed to be cut into two halves. A faint light directly bombarded Lu Yunfei's body. Silk. The world was quiet, very quiet. No one in the million-strong army dared to breathe loudly. They stared blankly at the sky, and time seemed to freeze in the air. All. With a scream, countless cracks appeared on Lu Yunfei's body, and he finally turned into pieces. The sword will burst out of his body. The emperor's power was stopped halfway. The emperor's power that he didn't use was completely counterattacked. The backlash of the emperor's power, coupled with the destruction of the sword chi, caused him to die. The martial emperor is dead. What a terrifying sword intent. This sword intent killed a martial royal realm expert. This is the second expert in Eastern Spirit Azure continent who has cultivated sword intent. Tianjin Empire's martial royal realm expert is dead. It's only been a few months since we last met. I didn't expect Tian's strength to reach such a level. There was a brief silence, followed by cheers and shock. The army of Tianjin Empire retreated like the tide. Shocking Thunder City's army cried out in alarm. Another martial emperor from Tianjin Empire had fallen at Li Lingtian's hands. A martial emperor was considered a national treasure in the empire. The death of one meant one less martial emperor. Yes. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the king's mountain and river diagram appeared in his hand. He also grabbed a storage pouch. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the jade-eyed beast returned to the divine dragon ring. Exterminate them. Seeing the defeated Sky Dragon Empire army, the morale of the army was low. They would kill as many as they could now. He made a killing gesture with one hand and flew away on his silver-winged flying dragon. Seeing Li Lingtian's gesture, Sky Dragon Empire's army naturally understood what was going on. They looked at Marquis Pingbei who nodded. Immediately, the 700,000-strong army took advantage of the situation to chase after them, and miserable screams resounded throughout the world. Li Lingtian soon left the Thunderclap city 1,000 miles away and arrived at Tang Zimeng's hiding spot. Big brother Lingtian, how was the battle in the sky earlier? Tang Zimeng was elated and relieved to see Li Lingtian back. Soon after Li Lingtian left, there was an explosion, but she did not dare to come out to take a look lest she was discovered. As time slowly passed, she began to worry. It was only when Li Lingtian returned to her side that she felt at ease. 2 martial emperors are dead. I'm really speechless that a martial emperor has become like this. Li Lingtian stored the silver-winged flying dragon into the divine dragon ring and activated the heavenly cloud spaceship. He then brought Tang Zimeng onto the spaceship while Tang Zimeng carried Little White. With Little White's protection, Tang Zimeng was not in any danger. On the spaceship, Tang Zimeng's happy laughter could be heard continuously. Li Lingtian told her about Lu Yunfei and Qin Ming, and Tang Zimeng could not stop giggling. Li Lingtian's blood vessels surged as he watched her petite body laugh. The ample breasts on her chest were almost ready to burst out. In the Thunderclap city, the Tianjin Empire's army was scattered, and the 700,000-strong army of the Sky Dragon Empire chased after them. When Li Lingtian returned to the Thunderclap city, the battle was still ongoing. The huge spaceship arrived in the sky above the Thunderclap city and immediately attracted countless soldiers. Upon seeing this, Li Lingtian pulled Tang Zimeng along and landed the spaceship at the Thunderclap City's plaza. Immediately, countless soldiers cheered. Previously, they had heard rumors that Prince Li Lingtian of the North Peace Marquis residence had become the #1 genius of the Heavenly Dragon clan. However, they could not believe the rumors. But now, they had witnessed a martial king realm expert chasing after a martial emperor. It was beyond their imagination. Originally, in this world, martial grandmasters would run away when they saw a martial emperor. Even a second-level martial emperor would not dare to provoke a third-level martial emperor. He never expected that Li Lingtian, a Tier 4 warrior king, would actually chase after a martial emperor. He felt that this world was too crazy. The overbearing attack even broke through a martial emperor's forbidden technique. A martial emperor was also killed. Killing a martial emperor was only a matter of seconds. Young noble Lingtian. Young noble Lingtian. Li Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement as cheers erupted. Finally, he was led by a deputy general into the city lord's mansion of Thunderclap City. Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng rested in a separate courtyard as they waited for the return of the army. As expected, after half a day, the army returned. Good, good. As expected of my son. Today, we killed 370,000 soldiers of Tianjin Empire's ferocious Tiger Legion. Li Suifeng walked all the way into the city lord's mansion, his face revealing an excited expression. After more than 10 years of war, this was the first time he felt so good. Thinking about how his son killed a martial emperor, it was exciting. After that, Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng rested for a while before they came out to bid farewell to Li Suifeng. At the same time, they told him the real reason why Tianjin Empire invaded Tianlong. You said that they are doing this for the treasure of Sky Dragon Empire, yet they are willing to mobilize millions of soldiers to fight for it. What kind of treasure is it? Li Suifeng was shocked. Based on his imagination, he would never have thought that Tianjin Empire would mobilize 1,000,000 troops just for a treasure. Thunderclap Wings. Saint Weapon Thunderclap Wings, a lightning-type flying treasure. The ancient thunderous gale beast is made from wings. It can travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a translucent box appeared. Inside the box was a pair of 1-inch wings. The wings were almost transparent, but there were blue and purple electric arcs flowing inside the wings. These were the Thunderclap Wings. He couldn't feel the power inside, but an ancient might shook his mind. This was a treasure refined from ancient sacred beast materials. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. Initially, he did not believe in the might of the Thunderclap Wings because no matter how powerful they were just a pair of small wings without much electric arcs. The original one was sealed. Otherwise, just the pressure inside could completely crush a martial king to death. It is indeed a good treasure. If I refine it, one can run away even if I can't defeat an expert. Li Suifeng looked at the Thunderclap Wings and his face revealed excitement. He was even more happy. If his son obtained such a treasure, his son's strength would become even stronger. Such a treasure was almost lost and found again. It was stolen by Tianjin Empire, but it was forcefully taken back by his son. Father, I will go back first. There are still many things that have yet to be resolved. After you have arranged everything here, you should return to Sky Dragon City often. Leave the other things to others. Li Lingtian put away the Thunderclap Wings and told Li Suifeng earnestly. If he were to come here and Li Suifeng was in danger while he was not around, no one would be able to help him. The two of them exchanged a few words before Li Lingtian left on his spaceship. It was only when Li Lingtian was about 5,000 miles away from Sky Dragon City that he saw hundreds of thousands of troops rushing toward Thunderclap City. Li Lingtian shook his head. With the speed of the army, the treasure would be taken away by others if they rushed over. However, he did not say anything. The army was not a martial artist, and they were not an abnormal powerhouse like him. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment on the way. He did not go to Sky Dragon City but returned to Sky Cloud Sect instead. As for Tang Qingyue, he had to think twice before he acted. He couldn't even deal with the Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, let alone the Azure Continent, which was countless times more powerful than the Azure Continent. This Dishi family was not something that the entire Azure Continent could resist. Meng Meng, we have to cultivate harder and improve our power when we go back. Then, we will go to the Azure Continent. Sister Qingyue offended the Dishi family because of me. I won't let her suffer. On the spaceship, Li Lingtian looked at Tang Zimeng seriously. He was no less worried than Tang Zimeng. He was hot-blooded but not impulsive. Even if he went now, it would be useless. Instead, he would be sending himself to death. In this world, the Tang family could not save Tang Qingyue. Only by growing up quickly could he save Tang Qingyue. Yes, I know that big brother Ling Tian is also very worried about big sister. One believe that big brother Ling Tian has the strength to save big sister. Tang Zimeng answered softly. In this world, her greatest support was Li Lingtian. The person she loved was also Li Lingtian. The only person who could save her sister was brother Lingtian. If you dare to touch my family, 1 foot 11 inches, slaughter his entire family and destroy his race. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone. His entire body exuded a powerful aura that made everyone tremble. The spaceship arrived at Sky Cloud Sect within a day. Upon returning to Sky Cloud Sect, Li Lingtian arranged the time for his cultivation. He spent most of his time cultivating all kinds of skills. At night, he would use the purple jade pill to increase his cultivation. When he was free, he would refine pills, guide Tang Zimeng and the other 2 girls in their cultivation, and accompany them to play on the Tianyu Peak. Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. If I want to reach the 2nd level, one have to cultivate the 1st level to the extreme, that I have to cultivate the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens to the extreme during this period of time. When I reach rank 8 Martial King Realm, I'll refine the Dark Een Ice Crystal and the Empyrean Demon Sacred Flame to upgrade the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens to the 2nd level. In his room, Li Lingtian was meditating on the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. He spoke seriously. The Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens and Sword Howl of the Heavens and Earth were his trump cards. As for the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he did not dare to use it now. The one he used the most was the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. However, under normal circumstances, as long as he did not encounter a martial arts grandmaster of the 5th rank or above, he would not use the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. It was enough to use a peerless profound level weapon. He would only use the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd and facing a 5th tier martial arts grandmaster and above. Meteor Shower, Advanced Earth Tier Skill. After becoming a martial king, he could cultivate this advanced Earth rank skill. This skill was a destructive attack. When it was used, fire rain would fall from the sky. Thousands upon thousands of fiery rain descended. Each fiery rain could kill a martial king. Even martial arts grandmasters did not dare to deal with it easily. Previously, he only had 2 martial souls, the Ice Soul and the Raging Flame. After his cultivation reached the warrior spirit level, he had an additional Earth-type martial soul. Now that he had broken through to the martial king realm, he had even obtained a metal-type martial soul. The attack power of a metal-type martial soul was unparalleled, and the sword intent it displayed was even more powerful. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Chapter 151, Heavenly Devil Canyon. After Li Lingtian had comprehended the meteor shower, he had a basic understanding of it. As long as he continued to cultivate, he would be able to master this advanced Earth tier skill. Thinking of this sentence from his previous life, he was deeply shocked. His strength was indeed profound. Moreover, he had cultivated many skills. However, his current opponents were basically all martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. There were even some who were even stronger. He had to be like a lion hunting a rabbit. He could not be careless and strive to kill in one strike. It would be best if he could kill in an instant. Since he wanted a lion to catch a rabbit, he had to cultivate the most powerful skills. Just like that, Li Lingtian strengthened a few of his powerful skills and gave up on the rest. Half a year had passed. After half a year, his cultivation had reached rank 7 Martial King realm. Originally, he had planned to continue cultivating. After reaching the 8th step, he would have the confidence to refine the profound Een ice crystals and the Empyrean demon sacred flames. That way, he would be able to reach the 2nd firmament. Now, he had also cultivated the 1st heaven to the extreme. When he used it, it was almost instantaneous and its power was shocking. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when Sky Cloud Sect's disciples arrived at Tian Yufeng. Disciple Hanli, the sect master, has invited the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion Master to the Divine Cloud Hall for a meeting. A warrior spirit's disciple stood in front of the restriction halfway up Tianyu Peak and shouted loudly. His voice spread to Tianyu Peak. Let's go back. Li Lingtian was taken aback. He rarely participated in Sky Cloud Sect's matters. Even if there were any issues, it was not necessary for an honorary elder like him to get involved. Now that he was called to a meeting, something must have happened, and it might even be related to him. After answering, he stopped cultivating and stood up, walking down leisurely. Sky Cloud Sect was still the same Sky Cloud Sect as before. There was no change at all. The only change was him. A peripheral disciple had become a Tier 7 Martial King super genius in just 2 years. The number 1 genius on the Sons of Heaven roll, Sky Cloud Sect Sky Cloud Pavilion Master. Such an identity was unique in the entire Sky Dragon Empire. After leaving Sky Peak, he walked towards Divine Cloud Palace. Countless disciples greeted Li Lingtian with respect and they saw him, which was why they admired him. I haven't seen this girl since I went back. As Li Lingtian passed by the welfare pavilion, he thought of Shangguan Linger and Cheng Yun. However, as time passed, Shangguan Linger and Cheng Yun had returned home and he had not seen them even once. When he arrived at the Divine Cloud Palace, he saw dozens of Martial King realm elders and sect leader Ling Tianfeng. Greetings, sect master. Li Lingtian bowed to Ling Tianfeng before he took his seat. The other warrior king elders also greeted him. When they discovered Li Lingtian's cultivation base, they were shocked beyond words. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. They recalled that he was only an outer disciple 2 years ago, yet he had become a warrior king now. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had just broken through to the warrior king realm during the competition in Sky Dragon Empire. Even with the blood essence of Tang Zimeng and the other 2 ladies, he was only a Tier 3 warrior king. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian's cultivation had already reached the peak of a Tier 7 warrior king in the past 6 months. With such a cultivation speed, he might even become a warrior ascendant before he turned 20. One can't see through the Sky Pavilion Master's cultivation. Ling Tianfeng smiled. Li Lingtian's current strength had already exceeded his expectations. This kind of strength was almost the number 1 person in Sky Cloud Sect other than the Supreme Elder. Everyone in Sky Cloud Sect was happy to have such a disciple. This was especially so half a year ago when the 700,000-strong army of the astounding Thunder City was besieged by the Tianjin Empire. At the critical moment, Li Lingtian had gone to save his father. He killed Tianjin Empire's Qin Ming and Martial Emperor, seized the Thunderclap wings, pursued Martial Emperor Lu Yunfei, and finally killed Lu Yunfei, shocking the world. A Martial Emperor was rarely killed even in the entire Eastern Spirit Continent. A Tartial Emperor was almost invincible. However, it was unexpected that Li Lingtian had managed to kill 3 Martial Emperors from Tianjin Empire within a year. Li Lingtian had also become the nemesis of the Martial Monarch's invincible legend. The Martial Monarch no longer felt invincible and undying because Li Lingtian had killed 3 Martial Monarchs. The news of Tianjin Empire coveting the Heavenly Dragon treasure after killing a Martial Emperor spread like wildfire. Fortunately, the treasure fell into Li Lingtian's hands. You flatter me, sect master. There are so many experts in the world. I, a rank 7 martial king, am only at the bottom. Li Lingtian said with a smile. He would always remember Sky Cloud Sec's kindness to him. I won't beat around the bush this time. You've heard of the Devil Valley, right? Ling Tianfeng looked at Li Lingtian. The thought of Sky Cloud Sec's Heavenly Devil Canyon sent chills down their spines. If anyone else were to enter, even a martial arts grandmaster would have a slim chance of survival. The only option left was to look for Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was an anomaly who could easily tread on dangerous terrain. I've heard of the Heavenly Devil Canyon a few times. Li Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect it to be about the Heavenly Devil Canyon. He had heard many people mention the Heavenly Devil Canyon before, and in his spare time, he had learned more about it. The legend of the Heavenly Devil Canyon was left behind during the Great War of the Gods and Demons. As for the legend of the gods, no one believed it. However, inside the Heavenly Devil Canyon, there were ruins left behind after the demons were suppressed. As time passed, the demonic chi inside gradually disappeared. Instead, countless treasures and medicinal herbs appeared. This place was even more famous than Hidden Dragon Island. There were countless medicinal herbs inside, and there were even a few heaven-defying medicinal herbs inside. However, only martial kings and above could enter the Devil Canyon. Even martial kings had a slim chance of survival. Martial arts grandmasters could not gain any advantage in there. Because there were many unknown dangers inside, if one was not careful, they would be instantly killed. The Sky Demon Canyon will open in a month. Each sect will have 2 slots to enter. No martial king disciples are qualified to enter Sky Cloud sect. Only you will have the chance to come out. So this time, I called you here to see what you think. If you don't want to go in, I won't force you. Ling Tianfeng looked at Li Lingtian expectantly. He would be relieved if Li Lingtian were to enter. As long as he entered, he would be able to find another martial arts grandmaster powerhouse to enter with him. Although there were not many people who entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon, those who entered were all super martial arts masters. Almost all of them were martial arts grandmasters. However, Sky Cloud sect could not casually use a martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, a martial arts grandmaster and a martial king were the best partners. This was because in the Heavenly Devil Canyon, the aura of a martial arts grandmaster and the aura of a martial king clashed, reducing the strangulation of the astral winds. This was also a rule of Eastern Spirit Greenland. What Li Lingtian did not know was that the Heavenly Devil Canyon was not only visited by Eastern Spirit Greenland super sects and clans, but also by Azure Continent's clans and disciples. There were even some genius disciples from ancient hermit clans and sects who entered. This was a gathering of geniuses. As the host, Eastern Spirit Azure Continent was actually weaker. Heavenly Devil Canyon, that I can go in, but I don't need anyone else to go in. I can go in alone. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. He was naturally interested in adventures because he believed that there would be no free lunch in Tianshan. Wealth came from danger, and only in such a place could powerful treasures and herbs be found. Although there were many medicinal herbs in his divine dragon ring, and there were countless 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, he would often lack some medicinal herbs when refining pills. If he went to the Heavenly Demon Canyon, he should be able to obtain countless medicinal herbs. However, if he wanted to take the risk, he definitely could not be a burden to him. In the eyes of others, an additional martial arts grandmaster could increase his strength, but in his eyes, an additional martial arts grandmaster would simply be a burden to him. It was better to go in alone than to have a tail. Understood. What courage. With your strength, as long as you don't meet any abnormal martial emperors, no one can threaten you. I'm not worried about the warriors of Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, but I still have to remind you to be careful of some unknown dangers, as well as the disciples of other mysterious forces. Even if their cultivation levels are not high, their strength is abnormal. The main purpose of entering is to fight for a treasure called the Limitless Tao Fruit. The Limitless Tao Fruit is a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit that carries the martial will of a martial emperor. Martial grandmasters can feel the martial arts of a martial emperor after eating one limitless Tao fruit. Their cultivation speed will also increase. When they break through to the martial emperor realm, their chances will increase by 1/3. This limitless Tao fruit can only be found in the Devil Canyon. Otherwise, the other forces would not have ventured in. There's also a kind of fruit called the 5 elements spirit fruit. It's just a legend. No one knows if it really exists because no one has ever seen this fruit before. The fruit is 5-colored. If a martial emperor eats one, it will be extremely beneficial to breaking through to the martial honored realm. When Ling Tianfeng heard Li Lingtian's agreement, he did not object to Li Lingtian's request to enter alone. Instead, he was delighted because with Li Lingtian's strength, bringing a martial arts grandmaster along would be a burden. Following that, he recounted the main reason for his trip to the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Li Lingtian was shocked. As an alchemist, he naturally knew how heaven-defying the 5 elements spirit fruit and the limitless Tao fruit were. He did not expect to find them in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. 5 elements spirit fruit, limitless Tao fruit. Li Lingtian nodded. His goal was the limitless Tao fruit. As for the 5 elements spirit fruit, no one knew if it existed, so he did not think too much about it. Soon after, Ling Tianfeng handed 2 jade slips to Li Lingtian. One of them was engraved with a mysterious array altar while the other was a simple map. It seemed that super sects were really good. When the experts who had gone in came out, they had also carved out the terrain inside. After countless generations, the rough map inside was also in the jade slip. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian returned to Tianyu Peak to cultivate. He told Tang Zimeng about his trip to the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Tang Zimeng merely warned Li Lingtian to be careful because she understood that Li Lingtian's adventure in the Heavenly Devil Canyon was to enhance his abilities. As Li Lingtian's fiancée, all she needed to do was to silently support him. Li Lingtian continued to cultivate his various skills on the Heavenly Universe Peak. He had practiced his skills to perfection. Chapter 152, Refining the Thunderclap Wings. It's time to refine the thunderclap wings. Li Lingtian looked at the sealed thunderclap wings before him with an excited expression. After such a long time, he had not refined the thunderclap wings because he was worried about its power. If it were any other treasure, he would not hesitate to refine it. However, the thunderclap wings had the lightning attribute. The power of the lightning attribute was monstrous. He had never come into contact with it before. However, now that his cultivation had increased, he was much more confident in refining the thunderclap wings. If he wanted to enter the Heavenly Devil Canyon, he had to increase his strength. A little more strength meant more protection. He was confident but not blindly arrogant. Unseal. One spell after another was cast, probing the seal. Tisk. The seal was unsealed successfully. Immediately, destructive lightning bolts burst out, filling the entire room with lightning. Crash. An electric arc struck the table, turning it into ashes. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw this. No one was controlling the lightning, but its power was so insane. He could not imagine how powerful it would be if it was controlled. At that moment, an ancient pressure bore down on Li Lingtian. Without any resistance, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Part of the ancient pressure was the pressure of ancient demonic beasts, and part of it was the heavenly might of lightning. Li Lingtian was extremely shocked by the pressure and his eyes were filled with fear. He no longer hesitated. Since he had already opened the seal, he had to refine it to prevent such a thing from happening again. A wisp of blood essence shot out, and the blood essence quickly entered the thunderclap wings. The thunderclap wings kept resisting, and they simply refused to accept the refinement of the blood essence. The sky sword was even more powerful than the thunderclap wings. However, when he refined the sky sword, he had already mastered the sword intent, so he naturally did not resist. Now, this thunderclap wings was completely the opposite of the Tianyu sword. This thunderclap wings was refined from an ancient demon beast, and there was also the thunder of heaven's might inside. It was naturally impossible for him to easily refine it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The thunderclap wings kept struggling, but with the support of the blood essence and various spells, the blood essence also entered the thunderclap wings. The blue and purple electric arcs inside the thunderclap wings were quickly wrapped up by the blood essence. Originally, there were only 2 colors in the crystal clear thunderclap wings, but now there was a trace of blood essence. The blood essence was like the meridians of the human body. Yes. After half an hour, the thunderclap wings stopped struggling. A subtle connection was connected to his mind. Then, he cast a spell with one hand and the thunderclap wings quickly entered his body. With a flick of his divine sense, the thunderclap wings appeared on his shoulder. There was a pair of crystal clear wings on each side. Each wing was 2 meters long, and inside the wings were purple and blue. Li Lingtian was shocked when he sensed the shocking thunder spirit chi from the thunderclap wings. Although the power of a saint artifact was only a support-type saint artifact, this kind of pressure was not something that ordinary martial artists could withstand. Looking at the pair of wings on his shoulders, it reminded him of the angels on television in his previous life. Not only did they not look nondescript, but they also looked elegant and mysterious. He used his divine sense and disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already 5 kilometers away from Sky Cloud Sect. Shoo! Li Lingtian's face turned green when he realized this. After a long time, he was pleasantly surprised and burst out laughing. This was the thunderclap wings. With a single move of his divine sense, he could instantly traverse a distance of 10 miles. This was only because he had not completely mastered the thunderclap wings. If he truly had complete control over the thunderclap wings, he would be able to travel more than 10 miles in an instant. Even if he was only 10 miles away, he would still have a heaven-defying advantage when fighting against experts. If he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. However, the thunderclap wings consumed true chi too quickly. Every time it was used, it would consume 1/10 of the true chi in his body. Moreover, he could feel that when he used his thunderclap wings, there was no fluctuation in space at all. This was the legendary lightning escape. With a flash of lightning, he could travel anywhere within a 10-mile radius. Look, isn't that senior brother Li Lingtian? What beautiful wings. Could this be the thunderclap wings that senior brother Ling Tian obtained from killing a martial monarch previously? This is a legendary saint artifact. Li Lingtian's appearance attracted the attention of countless disciples. They looked at Li Lingtian from afar with admiration and envy. Li Lingtian had no choice but to leave when he noticed the disciples below. He returned to Tianyu Peak and was extremely satisfied with the thunderclap wings. With this thunderclap wings, he could come and go freely in front of experts. As long as he did not encounter those heaven-defying experts, he could escape if he could not defeat them. The heaven-defying pill is an enhanced version of the blue dust pill. The blue dust pill can only be used once a day. One wondered if this heaven-defying pill will be like this. Li Lingtian muttered to himself on Tianyu Peak before a smile appeared on his face. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he vanished once again, leaving a faint thunderclap in the air. In the thunder, no one could track his movements, because this thunder also had the advantage of concealing his tracks. After performing the thunderclap wings 10 times in a row, the true chi in his body was exhausted. He threw a heaven-defying pill into his mouth, and his consumed true chi instantly recovered. After his true chi recovered, he used the thunderclap wings again. After 10 times, his true chi was completely exhausted. Looking at the heaven-defying pill in his hand, he threw it into his mouth. However, he was disappointed that although this heaven-defying pill could recover some true chi, it could only recover a little bit. It was not even 1/10 of true chi. Looks like the heaven-defying pill can only be used once a day. Knowing the flaws of the heaven-defying pill made him feel much more at ease. At least he knew the limitations of the heaven-defying pill. If he didn't know, he would continue to consume his shinchi. When he used the second heaven-defying pill, he would definitely fail, which would definitely bring him death. No matter what, he had to control it in his own hands, even if it was a flaw or weakness. The more flaws and weaknesses, the more he had to control it. Thunderclap wings. With my current cultivation, I can only travel within 10 miles. If I reach the martial arts grandmaster realm, traveling 100 miles will be a piece of cake. Martial arts grandmasters could fly, but they could not teleport unless martial emperors used forbidden techniques to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. However, using forbidden techniques such as 1,000 miles in an instant would affect his true essence and cultivation. Now that he had the thunderclap wings, he could do what a martial emperor did when he was a martial king. Time passed day by day, and the opening of the Heavenly Devil Canyon was getting closer and closer. Li Lingtian had refined quite a number of blue earth pills and heaven-defying pills as well as Tier 3 and Tier 4 pills at Tianyu Peak. Most of these pills were given to Tang Zimeng so that the three of them would not lack pills for cultivation after he left. Meng Meng, one will go to the Devil Canyon tomorrow. You, Qingping, and Xiao Xiao will cultivate here. Li Lingtian said seriously. He was most worried about Tang Zimeng, his family, and Tang Qingyue. As long as Tang Zimeng did not leave Sky Cloud Sect, no one would dare to come to Sky Cloud Sect to hurt them. They were not Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue was taken away because the Dishi family had the right to do so, because Tang Qingyue was the fiancé of the Dishi family. Meng Meng will wait here for big brother Ling Tian to come back. When the time comes, we'll go save big sister. Tang Zimeng snuggled in Li Lingtian's arms obediently as she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Her lively eyes darted around and she looked extremely adorable. All right, I'll settle the matters in Azure Continent and cross over to Azure Continent to rescue Sister Qingyue. Li Lingtian nodded. When he heard that Tang Qingyue had been brought back to the Azure Continent, he was extremely anxious and wanted to go to the Azure Continent as soon as possible. But now that he thought about it, he was still too impulsive. Although Azure Continent and Azure Continent were both divine martial continent, only martial arts grandmasters could fly from Azure Continent to Azure Continent. Crossing the boundless sea, even a martial arts grandmaster would need 2 to 3 years to cross this sea. Unless a martial emperor used a forbidden technique to build a cross-realm formation, it was not that easy to build a cross-realm formation. Otherwise, the powerhouses from other continents would come to Azure Continent. In fact, he also understood why the experts from the other continents did not come to the Green Continent. It was because the Green Continent was too poor and the resources were too scarce. Even if they were invited over, they would not want to come here. There were no powerful cultivation resources here, so they were not interested in coming here at all. Flying for 2 to 3 years was not too far away from Azure Continent. If the Divine Martial Continent was to fly from east to west, even a Martial Supreme or Martial Emperor would not be able to do so in their entire lives, let alone a Martial Grandmaster. During this period of time, he understood that if he wanted to go to the Azure Continent, he had to increase his strength or find the teleportation array of the Azure Continent and use it to go to the Azure Continent. The two of them chatted for a while before Li Lingtian stood up to leave. This was because this place was quite a distance away from the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Big brother Ling Tian, remember that Meng Meng and big sister are still waiting for you. Tang Zimeng knew that Li Lingtian was about to go to the Heavenly Devil Canyon and she was reluctant to part with him. However, she was a smart girl and knew that Li Lingtian had to do something. She would not stop him and could only silently support him from behind. With that, she planted a kiss on Li Lingtian's cheek, stunning him. The two of them had been together for a long time. At most, they would hold hands and snuggle up to each other. They had never been like this before. Moreover, it was a kiss from this peerless beauty. Seeing Tang Zimeng's little face blush, he was even more intoxicated. With such a girl by his side, he would die without regrets. He gently lifted Tang Zimeng's chin and gently kissed her rosy lips. His body flashed and he quickly flew down from the Heaven Universe peak. He had to leave at this time. Otherwise, he would never have the determination to leave. Tang Zimeng felt as if she had been electrocuted. It was a wonderful feeling. When she came back to her senses, a trace of disappointment appeared in her heart, but she understood that big brother Ling Tian would return safely. Her beautiful eyes looked at the figure that disappeared from Tianyu Peak, and 2 streams of crystal tears fell from her cheeks. Meng Meng will always be big brother Ling Tian's woman. Meng Meng will wait here for big brother Ling Tian's return. He thought to himself as he stared in the direction where Li Ling Tian had disappeared. He did not even notice Qingping's arrival. Chapter 153, Instant Kill of a Martial Arts Grandmaster. After leaving Tianyu Peak, a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster from Sky Cloud sect was already waiting for them. Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster, 6th elder of Sky Cloud sect's elder committee. After Li Ling Tian became the #1 genius on the prodigy roll, he finally understood Sky Cloud sect's strength. In Sky Cloud sect, apart from 40 martial king realm elders and a sect master, there were 11 martial arts grandmasters and even a rank 4 martial emperor. This Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster was also the 6th elder, Yun Tian. Very few disciples in Sky Cloud sect knew him, but among the higher-ups of other sects and families, Yun Tian was very famous. Junior brother Li is indeed a carefree person. Yun Tian smiled when he saw Li Lingtian's arrival. Naturally, he was aware of the relationship between Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng. It was normal for a young genius to be unrestrained. It was rare for a martial arts grandmaster to address a martial king as his junior brother in the divine martial continent. This was because the levels of cultivation and the way they addressed each other were very particular. It did not matter if one was below the martial king realm, but when one reached the martial arts grandmaster realm, they would be a martial arts grandmaster. They would not call martial kings brothers at all. However, he was aware of Li Lingtian's capabilities. With Li Lingtian's capabilities, he could easily kill a martial emperor. A martial grandmaster was nothing to him. Senior brother Yun, you must be joking. Let's go. Li Lingtian replied with a smile. Yun Tian was only sending him to the Heavenly Devil Canyon and not into it. After saying that, he activated the Heavenly Cloud flying ship and the 2 of them boarded it. Yun Tian was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's spaceship. Even though he was a knowledgeable martial arts grandmaster, he had never seen such a powerful spaceship before. This junior brother of his was full of tricks. The spaceship quickly disappeared into the horizon and flew toward the Devil Canyon. This time, we must obtain the limitless Tao fruit. That way, our 9-peak mountain might have a few more martial emperors. At that time, who in Eastern Spirit Azure continent would be a match for our 9-peak mountain? In a mountain range in the Nanling Empire, more than 10 martial arts grandmasters were gathered together. Their faces were filled with anticipation. This time, senior brother Nan Yu will go. There will definitely be no problem. Senior brother Nan Yu is already a peak tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. As long as he obtains the limitless Tao fruit, he will be able to become a martial emperor. As one of the elders spoke, he looked at a middle-aged man. Although this middle-aged man looked like an old monster, he was already over 300 years old. Senior brother Jiangling, it's all up to you now. In a hidden place in the Biyao Empire, the warrior who finished speaking looked at one of the first-level martial emperors. The Heavenly Devil Canyon is simply a waste in Eastern Spirit Azure continent. A young martial artist said disdainfully. The opening of the Heavenly Devil Canyon this time had attracted the arrival of countless experts. Martial kings, martial grandmasters, and even martial emperors were among them. Devil Valley was located to the east of Sky Dragon Empire. Devil Mountain, which was connected to the Biyao Empire, was filled with devil chi all year round. No one dared to enter Demonic Mountain. However, every few decades, the demonic chi on Demonic Mountain would become a little fainter. Some experts would enter Demonic Mountain when the demonic chi became fainter. After controlling the opening pattern of the Heavenly Devil Canyon, the Eastern Spirit Azure Continent's martial artists also entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon on time. However, there were also some super martial artists who used some mysterious teleportation talismans or some mysterious array formations to enter. Li Lingtian looked at the scenery in the sky from the spaceship. He was thinking about Tang Zimeng and Tang Qingyue. He had already taken responsibility for what he had done. However, he could never get enough of a beautiful woman's love. He could only work hard to cultivate so that Tang Zimeng could be happy and Tang Qingyue would not be wronged. Along the way, Yun Tian carefully briefed Li Lingtian on everything that he needed to take note of in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. In 2 days, the Heavenly Cloud flying ship had arrived at the edge of the Heavenly Devil Mountain. Li Lingtian noticed that the warriors who came here were mostly a combination of warrior kings and martial grandmasters. There were also quite a few super powerhouses who went there alone. It could be said that this place was a gathering of experts. Other than dozens of martial kings, all of them were martial arts grandmasters. Moreover, they were all existences at the 8th or 9th level of martial arts grandmasters. There were even a few martial royal realm powerhouses among them. Li Lingtian could not tell the depth of their cultivation base. In such a situation, the other party must have some kind of treasure that hid his cultivation or cultivated some kind of magical technique. Among the sects and clans in Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, only 400 people can get a spot. I didn't expect more than 600 people to gather here. The rest should be the unexpected experts of Eastern Spirit Azure Continent. Li Lingtian watched these powerhouses from afar and thought to himself. Although he knew that other forces were squeezing in, he did not expect so many powerhouses to squeeze in. Moreover, he did not recognize any of these experts at all. Hundreds of experts each chose a place to meditate and rest. There were also many martial artists in groups of 3 to 5. It seemed that they had joined forces after entering the Devil Canyon. Rumble. Li Lingtian's spaceship emitted a powerful hurricane and a series of rumbling sounds. Instantly, countless powerhouses were enraged. Are you courting death, that he actually used a flying ship here? A martial king dares to be so arrogant? He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If we weren't outside the Devil Canyon, would be the first to tear you apart. Instantly, countless powerhouses were discussing animatedly. A martial king and a tier 6 martial arts grandmaster had actually ignored so many super powerhouses. Isn't this Sky Cloud Sex Yun Tian? Why are you the one who entered the Devil Canyon this time? Are you the only one left in Sky Cloud Sect? A red-robed elder laughed loudly. A tier 9 martial arts grandmaster naturally looked down on a tier 6 martial arts grandmaster like Yun Tian. After saying that, the other warriors also laughed. Only a few people did not laugh, but the expressions on their faces changed quickly. Blazing Flame Peak, you're only a martial arts grandmaster. So what if you're a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster? Do you want to die? Yun Tian smiled as he looked at Blazing Flame Peak with disdain. The old man was also from the Beichen family. Beichen Wuyo's death by Li Lingtian meant that the Beichen family and Sky Cloud sect were destined to be enemies. In the past, he would not have dared to speak to a tier 9 martial arts grandmaster like that. However, with Li Lingtian by his side, he was not afraid even if it was a martial emperor. Shoo! Countless martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. A tier 6 martial arts grandmaster dared to look down on a tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. This world was too crazy. Only a few martial artists did not speak, but their expressions were extremely strange. Yun Tian, you better not let me meet you in the Sky Demon Canyon. Otherwise, you'll stay there forever, and you'll be the same. Blazing Flame Peak was instantly enraged. How could he endure being humiliated in front of all the super experts of Green Continent? His face revealed a vicious expression. At the end of his sentence, he looked at Li Lingtian. He was just a warrior king. Is that so? If you have the ability, try saying another word. Li Lingtian did not intend to make a move here, but he was already in a bad mood. The old man had actually shifted his anger onto him. Was he not courting death? After saying that, he stared at the blazing flame peak with a sharp gaze. As long as this old man said another word, he did not mind directly killing him. The Beichen family was born to be enemies. If they killed one now, one less would be left. Whoosh! There was an uproar. Sky Cloud sect was getting more and more arrogant. Was this still the weak Sky Cloud sect of the past? A Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster was just a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. Now, a martial king was actually threatening a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. Good. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. 9 Moon Twin Seal, die. Blazing Flame Peak was instantly enraged as he circulated his true essence to the maximum. With a flash of his hands, a shocking pressure came crashing down on Li Lingtian's spaceship. At the same time, two mysterious palm prints pressed down on him. One was attacking Yin Tian, and the other was attacking him. In his opinion, as long as he could restrain Yin Tian, the other attack could directly kill the martial king. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Since you want to die, one will grant your wish. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd, die. A cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he extended his hand, and the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd appeared in his hand. Instantly, all the true chi in his body was channeled and dragon energy surged toward the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd. The Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd carried a shocking dragon energy. Li Lingtian's body flashed and he quickly shot toward Raging Flame Peak. The Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd tore through the air and the space trembled. What a terrifying pressure. This is dragon energy. One didn't expect a martial king to be able to wield an emperor-grade weapon. Rumble. The warriors present were gloating at Li Lingtian. No matter how powerful a warrior king was, he was no match for a grandmaster. However, when they saw the aura emanating from Li Lingtian and the pressure from the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd, they were stunned. How could a warrior king possess such insane strength? In the blink of an eye, the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd arrived in front of the Raging Flame Peak. The Raging Flame Peak was also extremely shocked. Then, their eyes became filled with despair as they activated their entire body's defense. As soon as the defense was activated, the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd hit the defense. With a loud explosion, the defense was broken. The shocking dragon chi directly killed the Blazing Flame Mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the spatial winds raged, Li Lingtian's body had already returned to the spaceship. He looked calm as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Scared. All the martial artists were stunned. This attack was beyond their imagination. A rank 9 martial arts grandmaster was not the strongest martial artist here, but even the martial emperors present could not kill a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster so easily. He did not expect that a martial king realm disciple could kill a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster in one blow. The result just now was beyond their imagination. A chill rose in her heart. This youth was too terrifying. When they looked at Li Lingtian again, their gazes became a little strange. If they were to treat this young man as an ordinary warrior king, they would not know how he died even if he died. Many people in Sky Dragon Empire had heard of Li Lingtian's reputation. Now that they had seen him, they finally understood how domineering this young man was. The few mysterious martial artists and martial emperors were also extremely shocked. All of this was too terrifying. It was so simple for a martial king to kill a martial arts grandmaster in an instant. Chapter 154, Finished Fighting. If you don't court death, you won't die. Li Lingtian stared coldly at the powerhouses below before turning his gaze to the few supreme powerhouses. Based on his intuition, these warriors were definitely not from Eastern Spirit Greenland. They didn't know his reputation. If he killed the chicken to warn the monkeys, it would be best if they didn't provoke him. Otherwise, he would make a move. Sweeping his gaze over, countless experts were shocked and furious. However, they did not dare to speak out and could only rage in their hearts. In front of the gaze of a martial king, they actually could not raise their heads. This was a humiliation. A strong man was bound to be strong. This martial king realm youth had easily killed a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. They did not dare to provoke him. Young noble Ling Tian. Some powerhouses who knew Li Ling Tian knew that he was Li Ling Tian, the super genius who killed the martial emperor Beichen Wuyo. No one dared to act arrogantly after such an incident. Even the top-notch powerhouses did not want to make a move outside. They had only remembered Li Ling Tian in their hearts. Li Ling Tian and Yun Tian landed their spaceship and found a place to rest. After waiting for a full 2 days, the demonic chi of Demonic Mountain quickly condensed, and endless spiritual chi condensed together. The demonic chi gathered and formed a black hole. The black hole was as terrifying as if it wanted to devour the entire world. But Dong understood that if he wanted to enter the Devil Canyon, he could only enter the black hole. Li Ling Tian took out a jade slip and the rest of the warriors did the same because only this jade slip could pass through the black hole. Li Ling Tian could not help but shudder as he looked at the endless devil chi. This devil chi was no different from the devil chi in the Devil Sea. Although this was only the outside world, the density of the devil chi was not any weaker than the Devil Sea. Senior brother Yun Tian, you can go back now. Li Ling Tian stood up as he watched the warriors enter the black hole one by one. He then spoke loudly to Yun Tian beside him. Countless ancient martial art practitioners were stunned. They did not expect this young man to enter the Heavenly Devil Canyon alone and give up the help of a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. It was really unimaginable. Be careful. Yun Tian nodded. After speaking, his body burst out and disappeared into the horizon. He couldn't stay in this place for long. If he stayed here, he would definitely be plotted against by the other powers. Once the Heavenly Devil Canyon was opened, Li Ling Tian would have to rely on himself once he entered. When Li Ling Tian saw that the other powerhouses had already entered the black hole, he dashed forward in a flash. Before entering the black hole, he circulated his true chi and cast the true dragon body barrier. Chi. He felt the powerful destructive force constantly rubbing against the true dragon's body protection. This terrifying demonic chi shocked him. Fortunately, he had used dragon energy. Otherwise, he would have been corroded by this demonic energy. No wonder those experts in front of him all used defense. The friction did not last long as Li Ling Tian was teleported in the black hole. After a full 10 seconds, he was transported to the bottom of a cliff. There was no aura inside, which meant that there were no demonic beasts or martial artists here. However, the demonic chi here was extremely dense. Furthermore, the demonic chi and the spirit chi were mixed together, which puzzled Li Ling Tian. After sizing him up, he chose a direction to fly in. After flying for half an hour, he sensed the presence of a martial artist in his divine sense. However, this martial artist was only a rank 7 martial arts grandmaster and did not have any other helpers. He also understood that even if the martial artists outside had plans, they would not be able to control themselves when they entered this black hole. It was completely random teleportation. It was not so easy to find his original companion. Fortunately, he did not have any companions and was alone. He did not need to find his companions. Crash. At this moment, a light appeared in the sky. The light emitted a terrifying aura, and the light flashed and disappeared. However, Li Ling Tian was shocked when he saw the light because it was actually the astral winds hidden in the air. The power of the astral winds was astonishing. The astral winds that tore through space in the great battle outside were only very weak. However, in a place like the Heavenly Devil Canyon, this astral wind was not so easy to deal with. A gust of wind, if one was not careful, a martial arts grandmaster would be instantly killed. Some of these gales were obvious, some were hidden, and some were invisible. These were the few types of gales that threatened humans the most in the Devil Canyon. Somewhere in the Heavenly Demon Canyon, a rank 7 martial arts grandmaster was running at high speed. However, at this moment, his body was running at high speed, but his head had already been cut off. The powerful inertia force caused his body to rush 100 meters before stopping. His head had already fallen to the ground. When his head fell to the ground, an invisible gale disappeared again. Similarly, on a plain, a rank 8 martial king was walking carefully. However, an arc of light flashed in the air and landed on the martial king's body. The martial king was instantly shattered into pieces. Such things happened in Devil Canyon from time to time. There were also martial artists who were demonized by powerful magical beasts and finally became a delicious meal for the magical beasts. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the powerful and terrifying astral winds. With a flick of his divine consciousness, Little White appeared in front of him. Your dragon energy can sense the astral winds. Be careful. Looking at Whitey's lazy appearance, he said seriously. This astral wind was not that fun. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the astral wind. Phew. Little White gave a soft cry and nodded in acknowledgement before it sprinted forward at a high speed. Li Lingtian also protected himself with his divine perception within 100 meters as he quickly followed Little White. Li Lingtian carefully checked the area that Little White deliberately avoided with his divine perception. Indeed, there was a strong wind. He felt much more at ease when he realized this. At least Little White had sensed it and warned him of the strong wind. Boom! The man and beast ran for hundreds of miles before finally arriving at a place with slightly denser spiritual energy. Although it was said to be denser, it was only slightly thinner than the demonic energy. However, he did not expect to hear a loud roar. In his divine sense, a blood-red demonic beast strangely appeared by the stream. Fuck, a Tier 5, Grade 3 magical beast. Li Lingtian was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the demonic beast. He did not know if it had just arrived or if it had been here all along. Perhaps it was hiding somewhere. The level of demonic beasts and demonic beasts was the same, but their attributes were different. One relied on demonic chi to cultivate, while the other relied on spiritual chi to cultivate. Moreover, this demonic beast could also use spiritual energy to cultivate. This was one of the reasons why demonic beasts were more powerful than demonic beasts. This daddy is really unlucky. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. He was the one who had barged in recklessly when the magical beast was drinking water here. However, he could not possibly say that it was a misunderstanding. Fight. After a loud shout, before the demonic beast could attack, the dominating fist had already smashed out. At the same time, Little White also turned into a 3-color dragon and pounced at the demonic beast. The heavens and earth will shatter, heaven and earth burning, heaven flipping seal, meteor shower, roaring dragon battle halberd. One powerful attack after another was fired like a cannon, instantly stunning the level 3 and 5 magical beast. Li Lingtian's skills were all earth-ranked. Furthermore, his strength had become even more overbearing after his cultivation reached the peak of Tier 7 Warrior King. Even if he did not use powerful attacks like the 9 layers of ice and fire and the sword howl of the heavens and earth, he could still kill a martial arts grandmaster. Roar! Roar! The Tier 5 magical beast roared as its powerful defense withstood Li Lingtian's attacks. Little White was also attacking continuously. The Tier 5 magical beast had become Li Lingtian and Little White's target. The two of them were having a great time fighting. Boom! With a destructive explosion, the roaring dragon battle halberd smashed onto the head of the magical beast with shocking dragon energy. The magical beast fell down unwillingly. Let's call it a day. Happy cooperation. Li Lingtian clapped his hands exaggeratedly and put away the roaring dragon combat halberd before smiling at Little White. Help me protect him. I'll check if there's any difference between this demonic beast and you demons. Li Lingtian glanced at Little White as he spoke indifferently. He then walked up to the 10-meter-tall demonic beast and carefully examined it. This was the first time he had seen a magical beast, and he was curious about its inner core and materials. After looking at it for a long time, he could not figure out what it was. However, the material of this demonic beast was a little stronger than that of a demonic beast. There's nothing different. Li Ling Tian waved his hand and a sharp force cut through the demonic beast. The fist-sized demonic beast's inner core entered his hand and was filled with violent power. Li Ling Tian secretly estimated that this level 3 5th-tier demonic beast should be comparable to a level 4 5th-tier demonic beast. He then put away the materials and inner cores of the demonic beasts and left quickly with Little White. After searching for a long time, he finally found a relatively hidden valley and found a resting place on the stone wall of the valley. I'll stay here for a day and familiarize myself with the environment. Li Ling Tian muttered to himself as he cast a simple restriction before resting on the stone wall. What shocked him was that the heaven and earth reincarnation technique could actually refine demonic qi and spiritual qi into genuine qi at the same time. He didn't understand what was going on either, but he didn't have to care about it at this time. What he needed to do now was to cultivate and recover his mental state to its peak. After completing 3 major cycles of cultivation, the genuine qi in his body had become a little denser. He then began to cultivate ice, fire, 9 heavens. Late at night, the world was filled with demonic beasts. The roars and sounds of battle were heard everywhere. Li Ling Tian felt as if he had entered the ancient era of demonic beasts. Fortunately, his resting place was very high, so he would not be affected. The night passed quietly in the restless night. Early the next morning, Li Ling Tian and Little White flew quickly in the same direction. In the depths of the heavenly Devil Canyon, this was also the place with the densest demonic qi. Moreover, it was also the place where the limitless Dao fruit appeared. Although the experts who entered the Devil Canyon pretended not to know what was inside, most of the experts had their own goals. It was just that this goal had become an open secret. Chapter 155, Demon King Beast. Brother Yang, with the 8 of us working together, I believe that no one can threaten us. When the time comes, we will split the treasures equally. Brother Yang and Brother Zhou will get double. How about it? In a hidden place in the heavenly Demon Canyon, 8 experts gathered together and began to discuss. As Wang Lin spoke, his eyes were fixed on Yang Liqing and Zhou Ziyun. There were 2 martial emperors among them. The 2 martial emperors were Yang Liqing and Zhou Ziyun, while the rest were all martial arts grandmasters. In a place like the heavenly Demon Canyon, martial arts grandmasters were nothing. The main thing was the magical beasts and unknown dangers here. There were also other forces involved. The strength of those martial arts grandmasters could be compared to the martial emperors of the Azure continent. In fact, the martial grandmasters of the other forces were even more overbearing than martial emperors. This was also the difference between Green Island and the other forces. Humph, you're right. I'm a 4th-level martial emperor, and Brother Zhou is also a 4th-level martial emperor. If we join forces, no one will dare to provoke us. It's not impossible for us to join forces, but we have to choose the treasure first. Otherwise, this matter of joining forces will end here. Yang Liqing said coldly. A 4th-level martial emperor could join forces with a martial arts grandmaster, but he had to consider the threat in the Devil Canyon. He also understood what Wang Lin meant. If a martial emperor encountered a martial ancestor from another force, it would be very dangerous. Now that there were 6 martial ancestor realm level 8 and level 9 martial ancestors, along with him and Zhou Ziyun, it would be much safer. Alright, it's settled then. However, the time you choose will be counted as a share. Nan Fong said. He was a peak rank 9 martial arts grandmaster and was only 1 step away from becoming a martial emperor. Although he was afraid of the 2 martial emperors, he would definitely not give in front of treasures. Otherwise, he would not have come to the Devil Canyon. Soon, the group of 8 discussed and formed a powerful team. In other places, people began to give up on fighting and started to work together. The people who came here were martial kings and martial emperors who did not dare to provoke martial grandmasters. They would avoid demonic beasts and experts. At most, they would look for some medicinal herbs. The other martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors were all old monsters who had been around for hundreds of years. They naturally understood the danger here. The higher their cultivation, the more they cherished their lives and the more they feared death. A 10,000-year-old cloud-splitting grass. Not bad. Green Continent's trash is really a waste of a good place like the Devil Canyon. If it was in my Black Continent, it would have been mined long ago. A martial emperor youth was excited. A 10,000-year-old herb was a rare treasure even in the entire divine martial continent. It could be used to refine a 7th or 8th grade elixir. However, when he thought about how these treasured lands were actually occupied by people from Green Island, he felt a little disdainful. The other forces looked down on the forces of Green Island because Green Island was just a country bumpkin in the eyes of the other forces. Brother Qingxian, how about we join forces? These scum from Green Island know the situation inside better than we do. If we don't join forces, they will take advantage of us. At this moment, another martial emperor young man walked over. He was also extremely greedy when he saw the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs in Qingshuan's hand. However, this greed disappeared in a flash. We can join forces, but we can only deal with the trash and demonic beasts of Green Island. However, when treasures appear, we'll rely on our own forces to obtain them. Qingxian looked at Nangong Wentian and pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Alright, that's fine. Do you think I'm willing to join hands with others? Nangong Wentian's face revealed a look of disdain. He then walked into the distance. The 2 martial emperors joined forces. Li Lingtian flew deeper into the heavenly demon canyon. With Little White's agile sense of smell, he easily avoided the unknown threats. However, if they encountered a 5th-tier demonic beast, they would be able to kill it one by one. If they encountered a 5th-tier demonic beast or above, they could only call for the silver-winged flying dragons to join forces. The silver-winged flying dragon was at the 5th step of the 5th level. With Little White's dragon might, the 3 super experts could not easily kill the 5th step of the 5th level magical beast, but they could at most kill it without any danger. Along the way, Li Lingtian had more than 200 Tier 4 magical beast inner cores and more than 30 Tier 5 inner cores. 3 months have passed. There are only 9 months left before we leave the Heavenly Devil Canyon. How big is this Heavenly Devil Canyon? We haven't met any guys yet. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he flew. It had been 3 months since he entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon and he had been flying deeper into the canyon during this period. There were almost no delays along the way. At most, they would kill magical beasts and collect medicinal herbs. In 3 months' time, he had flown at least 2 million miles at his current speed. However, he had not met any martial artists other than a few martial arts grandmasters and a martial emperor. He naturally didn't know that he had already flown in front of these warriors. Because of Little White, he didn't have to worry about the strong wind and could fly at ease. Naturally, his speed was very fast. What's wrong? At that moment, Little White came to a halt. Li Lingtian was stunned as he asked. He had sensed that something was amiss during the 2-hour flight, but he could not pinpoint what it was. Now that Xiao Bai had stopped, it confirmed his feelings. We're in danger. It's a 5th rank, 9th rank, peak Devil King beast. Little White sent a message into Li Lingtian's mind. Its eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. As the most talented 3-color dragon in the dragon clan, it naturally would not be threatened by powerful demonic beasts. However, its realm was still too low, and it could not fight against a peak 5th rank demonic beast. A 5th step 9th level peak Devil King beast. Li Lingtian cried out in alarm. His face was filled with fear as he came to a realization. He had not encountered a single demonic beast during his 2-hour flight. They hadn't even encountered a single wild beast, so it was definitely unusual. Now that they thought about it, there was a 5th-rank 9th-grade Devil King beast here, so what kind of devil beast would dare to come here? He didn't expect that he would actually barge into the territory of the Demon King beast. Wasn't this courting death? Rumble. A shocking demonic aura soared into the sky. With a tacit understanding, it instantly suppressed the area within 100 miles. A 5th-rank 9th-level peak Devil King beast was born powerful and was the king of all devil beasts. Moreover, this Devil King beast was already close to the 6th rank. This kind of pressure was countless times stronger than any martial emperor. This isn't a 5th tier, it's a pseudo 6th tier. Hurry up and run. Li Lingtian felt a heavy feeling in his chest as he felt the pressure. He was so close to spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had encountered such pressure. He finally understood what a true expert was. The pressure was enough to make him helpless. After saying that, he quickly turned around and fled. A pseudo-Class 6 Devil King beast was much stronger than other Class 6 and Class 1 magical beasts. He had countless trump cards in his hands, but against this Devil King beast, he could only flee. If he was too late, he wouldn't be able to escape. Little White was unwilling to accept Li Lingtian's call for it to flee, but it had no choice but to follow Li Lingtian and flee. However, it was already too late. A destructive demonic chi ruthlessly smashed down from the sky. Ice and fire ring, true dragon body protection, shield of the earth. Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all when he saw the demonic chi. He unleashed 3 of his strongest defenses in a row and enveloped Little White within. Boom! His mind was filled with a loud bang. The demonic chi brought with it a pressure that shook his heart and soul. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was thrown into the distance. Several defenses were instantly destroyed. In his line of sight, he saw a gigantic demonic beast that was 100 meters tall walking toward Li Lingtian. With every step it took, the ground trembled and collapsed. Its lantern-sized eyes were blood-red, as if it wanted to devour someone. This is the pressure of a supreme realm expert. Li Lingtian's heart trembled. He was at his wit's end when faced with a Devil King beast that was equivalent to a Tier 6 existence. His eyes were filled with shock. There was no way to fight a Grade 6 King beast. Boom, boom, boom. With every step the Devil King beast took, the ground trembled and collapsed. It looked clumsy, but it was extremely fast. It was not inferior to his breeze technique at all. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000 meters away from Li Lingtian. The shocking pressure made Li Lingtian feel like a small boat in the depths of the ocean, ready to be drowned and destroyed at any moment. Thunderclap wings, escape. He was not a fool. If he wanted to kill such an invincible magical beast, he would have to be crazy. With a flick of his divine sense, the thunderclap wings appeared. A pair of translucent wings appeared on his shoulders. Electric arcs flashed, and countless demonic chi was directly scattered. He grabbed Whitey with one hand and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. Roar! Roar! Li Lingtian's disappearance stunned the infernal king beast. It could not understand the human's tricks and roared loudly. He quickly chased after it again, but the human disappeared again. He never appeared again. He didn't know where he went. After a series of roars, the Demon King beast turned around and walked back to where it came from. The ground gradually quieted down. The demonic chi was also devoured by the Demon King beast, and the air became clear. Li Lingtian used his thunderclap wings to escape 3 times in a row. Although he was more than 30 miles away, he could still see the 100-meter-tall Demon King beast. He was relieved to see that the Demon King beast did not chase after him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was extremely shocked. This was a martial-honored realm demonic beast. Fortunately, he was facing a demonic beast. If he was facing a real martial-honored realm expert, he would have died by now. This was because demonic beasts were not humans. Their intelligence was not as high as humans. Moreover, this demonic beast did not have any intention of chasing after him. It did not want to leave his territory. The demonic beast did not chase after him. It quickly flew into the distance. It could not stay in this place for long. If it had helpers, it could think of a way to kill them. It was just that he was alone. How could he have any companions to help him? Moreover, the helpers were at least martial emperors. If a few martial emperors joined forces to restrain the demon king beast, he could use a powerful attack to kill it. After flying back for a full 200 miles, Li Lingtian found a secluded spot to meditate and recuperate from his injuries. He had been suppressed by the infernal king beast's pressure earlier and his mind was shaken. He needed to recuperate. Chapter 156, Sword Talisman. 3 days had passed since his injuries were recuperated. Li Lingtian felt depressed after 3 days. He didn't expect that he would have to take a detour for the sake of this demon king beast. This was the first time. After bypassing the infernal king beast, Li Lingtian quickly headed in another direction and stopped in less than 2 hours. Fuck, this is a dead end. In front of them was a precipice that blocked all the way. Moreover, no one knew how high or how long this precipice was. He had been flying along this precipice for 5 hours. 5 hours was more than 10,000 miles, and he didn't know where the end was. He had no choice but to return to the place where he was recuperating and fly to another place. Similarly, after 10,000 miles, the precipice would always be a precipice. Don't tell me we've already reached the depths. Li Lingtian thought of the existence of the Devil King Beast. The Jade Slip did not mention it, but the existence of the Devil King Beast in this place should be an obstacle to mankind's progress. In other words, there was an entrance behind this Demon King Beast. Otherwise, the Demon King Beast would not have given up on him and returned. Moreover, the demonic chi here was monstrous, affecting his vision and divine sense. He could not see what was going on in front of him. 6th rank King Beast, one don't want to die. Li Lingtian retreated another few hundred miles and began to search for medicinal herbs. However, he would not leave this place. If his guess was correct, this was the entrance. Since he could not enter, no one else could. If the others could kill this magical beast, or lure it away, he could enter. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's expression turned hesitant. He had been here for nearly 4 months but no one else had come. Could it be that his guess was wrong? However, the hesitation on his face quickly disappeared. This was because in his divine sense, several powerful auras were flying over from 300 miles away. Moreover, they did not hesitate at all in this direction. It was as if they knew that this was the entrance. Moreover, these auras were all peak martial arts grandmasters and even martial emperors. After becoming a martial king, his divine sense was already 200 miles away. Adding on his current peak rank, 7, 250 miles was not a problem. However, the demonic chi here was dense and affected a lot. He could only feel a powerful aura and could not see the person's appearance clearly. That's right. It's in this direction. We're not far from the Heavenly Demon Palace. As long as we enter here, we can find the limitless Tao fruit. A peak Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster looked at the jade slip and his face revealed an excited expression. Is the limitless Tao really inside? His companion who was flying quickly beside him was also extremely happy. Although he had a slim chance of survival, he could break through to the martial emperor realm as long as he obtained the limitless Tao fruit. Of course. 300 years ago, my uncle came here once. It was near here. These 2 mountains can't be wrong. The martial arts grandmaster who was holding the jade slip said seriously. The other martial artists did not say anything and flew quickly. Eh. At this moment, a young man in white walked out with a faint smile on his face and a snow-white rabbit in his arms. All the warriors exclaimed in surprise when they saw Li Lingtian. Outside the Heavenly Demon Canyon, the young martial king who had once killed a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster with one move had never expected to see him here. Everyone is a little slow. Li Lingtian spoke nonchalantly. He was elated that there were more than 30 martial grandmasters, 6 martial emperors and 4 mysterious young men. With these people, it would be enough to defeat the Demon King Beast. Even if they couldn't defeat the Demon King Beast, they could at least lure it away. So it's you. It's a waste to keep that treasure in your hands. It should be a high-grade Emperor artifact. After being in the Heavenly Demon Canyon for so long, it's time to collect some benefits. A Tier 1 martial emperor youth looked at Li Lingtian with excitement. Outside the demonic canyon, he was shocked to see Li Lingtian kill a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster in one move. However, when he saw the weapon in Li Lingtian's hand, the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd, he was excited. That weapon was at least an upper-grade Imperial weapon. He had seen upper-grade Imperial weapons in his family a few times. He was a level 1 martial emperor, but he was only a low-grade Imperial weapon. How could a youth from Azure Continent be qualified to possess such an Emperor weapon? If he could obtain this Emperor weapon, his strength would soar by a level. Indeed. If it wasn't for that Emperor weapon, one wouldn't have been able to kill a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. Green Continent's trash. They are indeed trash. A Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster was actually killed by a martial king. This Emperor artifact, this young master is definitely going to take it. Brother Qingxian, this Emperor weapon belongs to whoever gets it first. The two of you are really naive. I haven't even said anything yet. Do you think you have the qualifications to own a high-grade Emperor weapon? All of a sudden, a few powerhouses started competing against each other. They completely ignored Li Lingtian as if he had already taken out his Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd. In the end, a mysterious young man revealed a gloomy look. The other martial emperors didn't speak anymore. It seemed that they knew a lot about this mysterious young man's background. Nangong Wentian of the Nangong family of the Xian continent and Qingxian of the Qing family, the two of you are not qualified to get this treasure. Only the Ling family of the Serenity Plains, the Ming family of the Azure continent, the Dishi family of the Azure continent, and the Tian family of the Divine continent are qualified. One of the 4 mysterious young men said coldly. His face was full of arrogance. He didn't put any other warriors in his eyes, let alone Qingzhou. Are you fucking idiots? You think you're so great? In front of me, you're nothing but trash. From the looks of it, you're just a chess piece in the family. You can't raise your head in the family. Are you trying to find a sense of existence here? Li Lingtian smiled as he listened to the powerhouses competing for his treasure. He was also shocked that the forces of the 4 continents had actually come in. Although there were not many, these were all disciples representing those forces. More importantly, there was a Dishi family man here, and he had to stay here forever. All the warriors were stunned by his words. Li Lingtian was powerful, but he dared to be so arrogant when facing the powerhouses from other forces. However, there were 6 martial emperors and 4 mysterious experts here. They were definitely not comparable to ordinary martial emperors. Trash, if you want to die, I will grant your wish. Remember, my name is Ling Yunxiao. Ling Yunxiao was instantly enraged. The true essence in his entire body circulated, and instantly, a shocking might erupted. 5th level martial emperor. Except for the other 3 experts from the Azure continent and the Divine continent, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect Ling Yunxiao to be a 5th level martial emperor. The Ling clan was famous throughout the entire Divine martial continent for their strength. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Seeing all the martial artists exclaim, Ling Yunxiao's face revealed a smug expression. However, he had no intention of making a move. Instead, he wanted to use his aura pressure to crush this martial king in front of everyone. Fuck, it's just a show. Li Lingtian spoke slowly as he was shocked by Ling Yunxiao's cultivation base. It was definitely powerful, and the pressure alone was not something he could withstand. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent, a rank 5 martial emperor. He was a martial king realm expert, so he could not afford to be careless. Then, he stretched out his hand and a brocade box appeared in the divine dragon ring. The brocade box was emitting a faint sword aura. Immediately, he used his divine sense and cast a spell. A jade talisman appeared in the air. The moment the jade talisman appeared, a destructive sword chi blasted out, directly bombarding the martial artist opposite him. Damn it, it's a sword talisman. He actually used a sword talisman. This is the jade talisman of a peerless profound level weapon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the warriors felt the sword chi in the air and their expressions changed drastically. Although the sword talisman was only at the level of a profound artifact, this sword talisman was extremely domineering and was no different from an emperor artifact. Seeing such an attack, he did not dare to stay here anymore. He used his movement technique and quickly retreated. Ling Yunxiao was also shocked, but it was too late to retreat now. Heavenly Sun Mirror. His divine sense moved, and a huge mirror appeared in front of him. The mirror emitted the pressure of an imperial artifact. The sword talisman struck the mirror fiercely. The sword chi instantly disappeared, and the light on the mirror dimmed. Damn it, you almost destroyed my heavenly sun mirror. You're courting death. Seeing that his treasure was almost destroyed, Ling Yunxiao was instantly furious. The pressure he had just exerted also disappeared. He managed to dodge the power of the sword talisman, but the other warriors were all hit. Their faces were extremely ugly. Only Cangzhou Emperor Shi Yunqing and Cangzhou Ming Lanzi looked relaxed as they easily blocked the sword chi. Tianhao from the divine continent was emitting a faint glow. The sword chi disappeared a meter away from him. Li Lingtian was shocked to see such a scene. These powerhouses were indeed powerful. They were almost invincible among their peers. Moreover, the martial arts grandmasters of the other forces were much stronger than the martial emperors of Green Island. By the time Ling Yunxiao shouted, Li Lingtian was already 1,000 meters away. Damn it, how dare you run! Someone shouted and all the warriors immediately chased after Li Lingtian. All of a sudden, more than 40 experts turned into shadows and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the air, waves of shocking pressure exploded, and the space trembled as the demonic chi was quickly dispersed. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile as he flew at high speed. As he flew, he calculated that he would use his thunderclap wings to cross over once he reached that place, hee. At the thought of this, Li Lingtian chuckled in his heart. Since they dared to provoke me, I'll make them pay the price. Let's see how powerful these so-called geniuses are. The 1,000-mile journey was completed in just over 10 minutes. Li Lingtian was starting to feel nervous as he was not far from the infernal king beast. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.